SharePoint Online is basically a web-based platform which is developed by Microsoft. All you need is a web browser to access SharePoint Online and to do everything within SharePoint. In nutshell, SharePoint Online is basically a tool that you can use to create a number of sites and content to collaborate with internal or external users. Since this is a web-based tool, you can access it from any device and from anywhere. By using SharePoint, organizations create intranet sites or project-based sites. Intranet sites are basically for your internal employees. Intranet sites are different to the internet sites. For example, Microsoft.com is an internet site which is accessible by anyone. But the intranet sites are created by an organization for their users only. Those can be accessed by the internal users only. But using SharePoint, you can further extend the accessibility of these internet sites to the external vendors or external organizations. SharePoint is also used as a collaborative tool. Using SharePoint, organizations can collaborate with internal or external users. You can upload documents within SharePoint and you can share these documents with internal or external users using email, or you can directly share the link. Users can work on the same document in real time and at one place. This is called co-authoring. So it is like a one single place to collaborate. Let's understand what are the uses of SharePoint Online. SharePoint Online is actually used in a number of different ways. It is all about your requirement and how far you want to fully utilize the SharePoint offerings. The first use of SharePoint Online is document storage. SharePoint is a sophisticated library to keep your organization's documents. SharePoint provides a single place to store all the documents of your organization. Now, if we talk about OneDrive or Google Drive, they also provide document management feature. But OneDrive and Google Drive are the personal storage spaces. Also, they provide a typical folder structure to arrange your documents. But in SharePoint, you can associate metadata as well. So you can group the documents based on your requirement. This way, you can easily find the documents within a library or a site. If you are new to SharePoint or the terms that we are discussing are new for you, do not worry. We will be discussing everything in the upcoming videos. So stay connected and keep learning. SharePoint is also used as a content management system where you can create content in SharePoint, you can schedule the content, and basically you can sort and filter the content based on their metadata. SharePoint is also used for knowledge management. You can create knowledge-based articles in SharePoint and you can share them with the users. It can also be used as a project management tool where you can create a number of different document libraries and lists, and you can track the progress of a project. You can also use it as a task management tool. You can create tasks and assign those tasks to different users within your team and track the progress on those tasks. You can also create online forms using the list in SharePoint, or you can create online forms using Microsoft Forms that you can integrate with SharePoint Online. You can also create automated workflows within SharePoint and you can automate your business process. For example, you might want to create a travel form, which is a travel approval form. Now you can create a workflow so that whenever there is a new request, it can actually go to your manager for approval. And once your manager approves it, then it goes to a finance department for approval. So like this, you can create a completely automated workflow within SharePoint. Organizations can use SharePoint to create intranet sites where they can collaborate with their internal employees. They publish the news articles. It is used to publish news and updates to your team and to share the information about the projects. SharePoint Online can be used as a database. Basically, you can store any type of information within SharePoint Online. You can store videos, images, files, tasks, and other type of information. You can basically use SharePoint as an inventory to store all of your different assets. SharePoint Online is also used for information sharing. Now, if you go back in time and if you look at the historical ways of sharing information, we used to have information stored in a network drive. We used to create folders and store the documents within the folders and then share the drives with other users. Or we use emails to share files with each other. But let's say if we have to share a document with 10 users and we want them to modify the document or add something within the document, this will create 10 copies of a single document. So then you need to create a consolidated copy from these 10 documents. Now the problem with this is there is no auditing using these methods. And this is very complicated to manage the documents. But in SharePoint, you can have everything in one place. You can store all of your documents and content in SharePoint. You can share the documents from a single location with different users. You can also assign required permissions to the users while sharing the documents. And all the users with whom the document is shared, they can work on that document in a single place. You can real-time monitor the changes being done within the document. Now let's talk about the features and benefits provided by SharePoint Online. SharePoint Online gives your users the control of how to manage SharePoint sites. For example, you can easily assign permissions on the site. You can assign site members or the site owner permissions. You can modify the sites and so on. Now, SharePoint site has a number of different web parts like news, content, and document libraries. All these components or the web parts can be easily customized. If you have to create an intranet site or a project site, you can do this from the browser itself. You do not need any third-party plugin for this, or you do not need to know any sort of coding to achieve this. The next feature of SharePoint Online is integration with Microsoft 365 applications. SharePoint Online is basically a part of Microsoft 365 ecosystem. The other M365 applications such as Power Apps, Power Automate, Microsoft Exchange Online, Teams, all of these applications can be integrated with SharePoint Online. If you want to share particular document or file with any of your users, be it internal user or external users, you can share the documents along with the required permissions so that the shared document is not accessed by anyone else. The whole security of your SharePoint site can be easily managed by your site owners, site members, or the site admins. SharePoint Online provides co-authoring and document versioning. Co-authoring is when multiple users are working on the same document at the same time. Each user can see others' activities on the same document in real time. Document versioning is if you create a document today and next day you make some changes within that document, or if this document is shared with someone else and that user makes any changes within that document, SharePoint stores the versioning of each activity done within the document. So at any point of time, you can go back to the document. You can check what was the last modification done on the document. Or let's say someone made a mistake within the document. So you can go back to the earlier date when you last modified the document and you can get the previous version of that document. SharePoint Online is integrated with Exchange Online so that the users can easily share the files and documents over the emails. The next feature of SharePoint Online is reporting. With Power BI, you can create a number of reports for the SharePoint sites, or if you have documents, lists, libraries, you can create views and filter your document libraries, which basically gives you a proper reporting, and you can export the information as well. The other feature of SharePoint Online is automation. We can integrate SharePoint Online with Power Automate to configure number of flows. By creating Power Automate flows, we can automate the task instead of doing them manually. Now let's go through the versions and products of SharePoint because it is good to have basic understanding of this. So the first SharePoint product is called SharePoint Server. We have SharePoint Server 2016 and 2019 that comes in two flavors, Standard and Enterprise. Now the SharePoint Server is usually deployed in on-premises. On-premises means your own infrastructure, where you are responsible to manage the servers, all the files, documents, the entire data of the SharePoint server is stored in on-premises. But if we talk about the difference between SharePoint Server Standard and Enterprise, the Enterprise version has more advanced features. For example, advanced search, you get advanced social networking capabilities, and you get advanced permission settings. Then we have SharePoint Online, which is the latest and most advanced version of SharePoint. SharePoint Online is a part of Microsoft 365. SharePoint Online has all the features and capabilities those are offered by SharePoint Enterprise version. On top of this, SharePoint Online is the online version and the data is stored in Microsoft data centers. So you do not have to manage the SharePoint servers like you do in on-premises. If we talk about the difference between SharePoint Server and SharePoint Online, SharePoint Server is hosted in on-premises, whereas SharePoint Online is hosted in Microsoft data centers in cloud. In case of SharePoint Server, your IT team is responsible to deploy updates and patches, whereas in case of SharePoint Online, updates and patching is managed by Microsoft. In SharePoint Server, the data is stored in on-premises server, but the SharePoint Online data is stored in the cloud. When you deploy SharePoint Server in on-premises, you need to purchase hardware on which you will deploy SharePoint Server, and then you need to pay the software cost to Microsoft so that you can get license from Microsoft and you deploy SharePoint on the server. So there is a cost involved. But in case of SharePoint Online, you do not have to worry about the hardware and software cost. Microsoft 365 is a subscription-based model. That means if you need to use something in Microsoft 365, you need to purchase the subscription and use the services. When you create a site in SharePoint, you get two options, and you will have to decide if you want to create a team site or a communication site. And before we create either one of these sites, we should know the difference and the use of each site. So the team site is basically a private space for a specific department or a project. For example, you are working on a project along with your team and you need a workspace where you can collaborate with your team members, where you can store all the information or the documents related to the project. Your team members can access that information, they can upload documents, and they can collaborate with each other. So in this example, only the users who are working on the project will have access to that particular site. You can also create a team site on the basis of departments. Let's say you have IT department and you want to give a workspace to them where they can upload their documents and they can collaborate with their team members. Whereas a communication site is an intranet site which is used for the communication purpose. Communication sites are used to broadcast the information to the users. The communication sites are not open for the collaboration. If we talk about a team site, the users to whom we have given permissions, only they can access a team site, they can upload the documents on the site, or they can make the changes within this site. But in case of communication site, a communication site is a read-only site for the users. The users can view the information, they can read the articles, they can read the news, but they cannot make any changes within the communication site. Only the users who have author permission, for example, only they can make changes within the communication site. There are other differences as well between a team site and a communication site that I want to show you practically. So let's close this page. Now here I have a couple of sites. Test2 is a team site and we have a communication site as well. So let's open both of these sites. Now, if you look at both of these sites, we can see a lot of difference within the layout. In the communication site, we have the menu bar at the top, but in case of team site, we have the menu bar on the left. In communication site, we can see a large area where we can post the information, but in a team site, we do not have this web part. If you go to communication site and scroll it down, You can see sections like news, events. These sections are created by default when you create the communication site. But in Teams site, we do not have this information. If you scroll it down, we can mostly see the documents on which we have recently worked within this particular site. Now, the other major difference between a team site and a communication site is when we create a team site, it creates Microsoft 365 group with the same name. If you go to Exchange Admin Center and go to groups, under Microsoft 365, we can see test 2 Microsoft 365 group, which was created when we created the SharePoint site. And the membership of the team site is controlled through the Microsoft 365 group. But when we create a communication site in SharePoint, it doesn't create a Microsoft 365 group. Let's go back to SharePoint Online. Now in Teams site, we can see the type of group. Here we can see the public group and we can see the number of members as well for this group. This group is basically the Microsoft 365 group that is associated with this site, and the number of members that we can see here are the members and owners added within the group. But if we go to communication site, we do not see this particular information here. It doesn't show the group type or the number of members. Now, if we go to site permissions, we can see three types of permissions: site owners, site members, and site visitors. And if we go to team site permissions, we can see same level of permissions here as well: site owners, site members, and site visitors. But if we expand them, under owner permission, we can see the owner of this site is the owner of test2 group. And under site members, it says members are the test2 members. So that means the membership is being derived from the Microsoft 365 group. But if we go to communication site, under site owners, we can see the owner is global administrator who actually created this particular site. And under site members, we do not see any members added within this particular site. So these are the basic differences between a team site and a communication site. To create a SharePoint site, you will go to SharePoint Online. First, you will log into portal.office.com. You will click App Launcher, and from here you will click SharePoint. There are multiple ways to create a SharePoint site. You can either click Create Site, or on the left, you can click plus icon, which is for Create, and then click Site. When you create a site, you will be asked if you want to create a team site or a communication site. If you want to know the difference between team site and communication site, you can refer to the video that you can see on your screen. You can also find the link within the description of this video. In this example, I'm going to create a site for my IT department. So this is going to be a dedicated space for IT department where they can upload files, they can upload documents, and they can collaborate with each other. So that means we need a team site. So let's click Team Site. Under Select a Template, we have pre-built site templates that can be used to create a SharePoint site. These are the templates, those are provided by Microsoft. And if your organization has uploaded these site templates, you can find them under From Your Organization. So let's select a template and click Use Template. Under Site Name, we will give a name for this site. For example, we are going to create this site for the IT department. So I will give this a name, IT. Now here you can see it says this site name is available. That means every SharePoint site name should be unique. You cannot create multiple sites with the same name. And as soon as you will type a name for the SharePoint site, it will assign an email address to Microsoft 365 group that will be associated with this particular site. All the members and owners that you add within the site are added within that Microsoft 365 group. This group gives you a mailbox and a shared calendar. All the users who are members and owners of this site will have access to Microsoft 365 group of this site. We will discuss this in detail in upcoming videos. If you want to change the email address for this group, you can type another email address prefix here. For example, IT department. Now you might be thinking, we can only see the email address prefix here, but we do not see the domain for this email address. So the answer is the domain that is selected as default in your tenant will be used as email address suffix. For example, let's go to Microsoft 365 Admin Center, go to Settings, Domains. Now here you can see this domain is selected as default in my tenant. So if I create a SharePoint site, the Microsoft 365 group for that site will use this domain for the email address. Even if you create a user or a group, by default, this domain will be used for their email addresses. Let's go back to SharePoint Online. Under site description, we can add a description for this particular site. For example, this site is for IT department. Under site address, you can see the complete URL for this particular site. Office 365 Concepts is the name of my Office 365 tenant or the M365 organization name. SharePoint.com means this is a SharePoint site, and sites is the root site folder where all these sites are created, and IT department is the name of this site. If you change the name of this site, for example, I remove department. Now the complete URL will remain same. The only site name will change. So once you have made the changes as per your requirement, click Next. Under Privacy Settings, you can select if you want to create a public site or a private site. A public site is open for everyone. That means any user within your organization can access this site. But if you want that only the members of this site should access it, then you can select private. I will select private because I'm going to create this site for a particular department. Under language, you can select the language in which you want to create this site. But remember one thing, once you select a language and you create this site, you cannot change the language later. So let's select English and click Create Site. Under Add Members, we will add the members or owners for this particular site. Let me add a couple of owners and members. So I have added few members, but let's say I want to add this particular user as owner. So I will click this drop down arrow and I'll select owner. And now this particular user will become the owner of this particular site. The difference between owner and member of site is the owners will have full control on the site. They can upload documents, they can modify the site content, they can manage permissions, and so on. But the members of the site can edit and view the site content, they can upload files, and they can modify the pages and the site list. Because this site will also create an associated Microsoft 365 group, these permissions will also be visible in that group. So once you add owners and permissions, click Finish. So the team site is ready. If you look at the URL of this site, Office 365 Concepts is the name of my tenant. SharePoint.com means this site is a SharePoint site. This site is created under Sites root folder, and IT is the name of this particular site. At the right, we can see this is a private group. That means this team site is a private site, and the M365 group that is associated with this particular site is a private group. Next to this, you can see I am following this site. If you follow a site, this site is added under following tab. For example, I'm following this site, and if I go to home page of SharePoint Online, under following, I can see this particular site. So I can easily locate a site, and if I want, I can simply open it from here. Next to this, we can see the members of this particular site. If you click members, and under Teams and Microsoft 365 groups, we can see the IT group that was created along with the team site. Let's open this group. Under site info, we can see the address of the site. that is associated with this particular group. If I click on this site, I will be redirected to the team site. Under email address, we can see the email address which is assigned to this particular group. And let's go to membership. We can see the same membership like we can see within the SharePoint site. Concepts user is the owner. Concepts user is under owners, and rest of the users are members of this particular site and the group. Now, as a user, you can only add owners and members in a site. If you want to add the site visitors, that is a read-only permission, only an administrator can do it. If you want to add site visitors, click Site Visitors and then go to Add Site Visitors. And here you can search for the name of the user and you can add the site visitor. Now this account with which I'm logged in, this is a global admin account. That is the reason I'm able to add it. Under settings tab, we can see the privacy of this particular group. When we created this site, we selected private. But if you want to make it a public site, you can select public and then click save. In the last video, we created a team site with name IT. This site is a workspace for the IT department of my organization. The users of IT department can upload documents in this site and they can collaborate with each other. So this site is a dedicated workspace for the users of IT department. When you create a SharePoint site, be it a team site or a communication site, you get a default structure, default applications, and a default layout. So at the top of this site, we have this SharePoint site bar. On the left, we have App Launcher from where you can open Microsoft 365 applications. And here we have this search box, which is used to search the entire site. When you have documents within a site, you can search those documents or the information within this site. So you don't have to navigate to the document library to open the documents. You can simply search the document here and you can open it from here as well. On the right side of the search box, we have this notification pane. This basically tells you when you create a site in SharePoint Online, what are the next steps that you can take to customize the site. For example, you can customize your site, you can invite team members, you can upload files. So this basically tells you what next you can do within this site when you create a site. And then we have a gear icon for the settings for this particular site. For example, if you want to add a new page within this site, you want to add an application, you want to manage site permissions, you want to modify the site, all these settings can be accessed from here. We will talk about all these options and permissions in the upcoming videos. And next to settings, we have help section. Help section is very useful. You can type any query here and ask for the help. For example, let's assume we want to know how to create SharePoint site. So we can type a query like create SharePoint site and press enter. And this help section will give you the step-by-step instructions on how to create a SharePoint site. Or let's say I want to know how to manage SharePoint permissions. So I will type SharePoint permissions and press enter. Now this is giving me few results. Let's say I want to know how to manage permissions for list and library. So I will click this particular link and this will give me complete instructions on how to manage the permissions. So this help section is very useful. On the left of the site, you can see the name of the SharePoint site. If you hover your mouse over this site name, it will give you more information. For example, you can see the site name, you can see the privacy of the site or the Microsoft 365 group which is associated with this particular site. You can see the number of members. Now here we can see an option that says send email. If I click this option, This will compose an email, and in to field, we can see the email address of the Microsoft 365 group that is associated with this particular site. So if I send this email will be sent to this particular group. Next, if we click three dots, we have a couple of more options, like we can add members within this particular site, or if we want, we can invite the users by sharing a link with them. For example, let's click invite others. You can copy this link and you can share this link with a particular user. And when a user will open this link, an approval will be sent to the site owner. Once the site owner will approve this request, the user will be added as a member within the site group. Next, we can see the email address of the Microsoft 365 group that is associated with this site. We can see the members, and next we have applications. If you want to access the mailbox of this site group, click Outlook, and this will open the Microsoft 365 group mailbox. Let's go back to the site. On the right, we can see this particular site is a private site. I am following this site, and here we can see the number of members. Down below, we can see this particular site is published. That means the users can see this site, they can access this site, and if you want, you can share this site with the users. Click Share Page. Here you can add the users with whom you want to share this particular site. You can also manage the permissions. If you want to share this site as read-only, or you want to give them edit access. Apart from assigning these permissions, you can again go to Share and click Copy Link to Page. And you can also copy the link of this site and you can share it with the users. And then we have Edit. If you want to make changes within this site, click Edit. Make the changes as per your requirement and click Republish, and whatever changes you do within this site will be visible to the users. On the very left, you have the menu bar for your SharePoint Online page. If you click Home, you will see all these sites if you are following them or you have recently opened. Next is My Site. Here you will see the sites that you are following or you have recently opened. Then we have News, where you will get the updates and news. Those are published within the sites you are following. And then we have My Files. Here you will see the files that you have recently opened or modified. Next is My List, where you will find the list that you have created or added as favorite list. And then you have this plus icon or create option. If you want to create a news post, you want to create a page within this particular site, you want to create a site, a document, or a file or a PPT, you can create these items from here. And next to this menu bar, we have a quick launch menu for this particular site. This menu is only available in Team site. If you open a communication site, you will not see this quick launch menu in communication site. If you want to access the mailbox and calendar of this site group, click Conversations, and you will be redirected to OWA from where you can access the mailbox and calendar of the group associated with this particular site. So here you can see the emails within this group mailbox. And if you want to access the calendar, click calendar icon, click show all, select the group, and this is the group for the Microsoft 365 group that is associated with this particular site. Next, we have documents, which is a document library. If you have documents uploaded within this site, you will find all the documents here. Next, we have notebook for this site. And under pages, you will find the site pages. And then we have site content. Site contents contain the information about the complete site. Here you can see how many document libraries you have. You can see how many documents you have within each document library. You can see the number of site templates, site pages. So all the information related to the site you can find here. And then we have recycle bin. We will talk about recycle bin in one of the next videos since this is a big topic. So I will post a video dedicated for the recycle bin. And next to quick launch menu, we have new, from where we can create a list within this site. You can create a document library. You can create pages, spaces, news post, news link, and so on. Next is page details. If you want to see the version history of this site, like what changes are made within this particular site, scroll it down and click version history. And here you can see the changes those were made so far within this site since it was published. And the last one we have is analytics. Under this, we can see the traffic on this particular site. We can see how many users have visited to this site. We can filter the results on the basis of 7 days, 30 days, 90 days. We can see the page views. We can also see for how much duration the users were on this site. And you can also filter the traffic basis on the time. To create a communication site in SharePoint Online, either you can click Create Site option on the SharePoint page, or you can go to the left menu bar and click Create, and then click Site. When you click Create Site, the wizard will ask you whether you want to create a team site or a communication site. In one of the previous videos, we learned how to create a team site, and we have also discussed the difference between a team site and a communication site. You can find the link for these videos within the description box. So this time we are going to create a communication site. So let's click communication site. Under select a template, you will find the pre-built site templates. Those are provided by Microsoft. You can choose one of these templates to create a communication site. I will go through the standard template, so I'll select standard communication and click use template. Under site name, you need to mention the name for your communication site. For example, news, updates. Under site description, you can add a description for this site. For example, this site is to broadcast information. And under site address, you can see the complete URL for this particular site. Office 365 Concepts is the name of my Microsoft 365 tenant, and SharePoint.com indicates that this is a SharePoint site. Every team site or communication site is created under sites folder, and news updates is the name of this communication site that we are just going to create. So let's click next. And we are good with the language. If you want, you can change the language from here and click create site. So our communication site is ready. Now, if you have noticed, when we created a team site in one of the previous videos, we were asked to choose if we want to create a private site or a public site. We were asked to add members and owners for the team site. Also, we got an email address for the Microsoft 365 group that was associated with the team site. But when we created the communication site, we didn't get these options. And the reason is a team site is used for the collaboration. A team site has a group that lets people to collaborate on emails and calendars. We can check the conversations of a team site group, but a communication site is used for information broadcasting. This is basically used to distribute information, news, or updates to a wide range of audience. That is the reason a communication site doesn't has a group associated, and there is no privacy settings for a communication site. But a communication site has permissions. With the help of these permissions, you can make few users as site editors or authors. Those can modify the site content, and rest of the users will be site visitors who will have a read-only permission on the site so that they can consume the information available on that particular site. Before we start working with document libraries, it is important to understand that what exactly a document library is and what is the use of document libraries. If we talk about the traditional ways to store information, we used to store it in our computer hard drives, or we store information in a network drive or on a server. Now, if you have to share these documents with someone, you will attach the document with email and send it. And if you want to share the same document with five different users, this will create five different copies of one document. Or let's say you want five users to work on the same document. So if we go by the traditional way, we will end up with five copies of one document. And we will have to collate everything from the five documents to create the final report. So the problem with this traditional way is this way the documents are very difficult to manage. But if we talk about the document libraries, this is a secure space where we can store our documents. We can work on these documents with other team members. We can share these documents with other users, and we can access these documents from anywhere and from any device. So in nutshell, a document library is a secure storage place where we can upload our documents, we can collaborate on a document, multiple users who have access to the document can work on the same document, we can share the document with others, and we can track the changes done on the documents. When you create a SharePoint site, be it a team site or a communication site, you get a document library with name documents. This document library is created by default, but you can create multiple document libraries in a site. For example, let's assume you want to create different document library where you want to store only images, or you want to create a dedicated library for reports. Within a document library, you can upload any type of documents, be it Word document, Excel, images, videos, PDF files, almost any type of documents you can store here. But there are some exceptions as well. For example, if your administrator has blocked certain type of files, for example, exe files, so you will not be able to upload exe files within the document library. To create a document library, you will go to the home page of the SharePoint site, and on the home page, you will click New and then click Document Library. Now, there are multiple ways to create a document library. You can create a document library from scratch, which is blank library. You can clone a document library. For example, you have another document library on a site and you want to copy the formatting or the columns of that document library. So you will select from existing library. On the left, you will see all the SharePoint sites in your tenant. Select this site, and here you will see all the document libraries of that particular site. For example, I want to clone this particular document library to my site. So you will select the document library and click Next. But remember, this will not copy the documents from another document library. This will only copy the columns, views, and formatting of the document library. So let's go back. And the third way to create a document library is to use templates. For example, we can see a couple of pre-built templates here that we can use to create a document library. But for this particular demo, let's create a blank document library and let's click blank library. Now under name, you will give a name for the document library. For example, reports library. Under description, you can add a description for this library, but this is optional. You can type like this document library will store reports, and we will leave this option checked that says show in site navigation. The site navigation is the quick launch on the left of your SharePoint site where you see all these menus to navigate to this site. So if you uncheck this option, then this library will not reflect under this menu list. But if you want, you can uncheck this option and later you can change this setting to show the library within the menu bar. So I'll leave it checked and click create. So the document library is ready with name reports library. And one more thing, when you give a space in document library name, this will also create a space within the URL of this document library. For example, if we look at the URL of this document library, it says reports %20 library. So the space is replaced with %20. Let's create another library and I'll show you this practically. Let's go to home page and click new document library, blank library. And this time let's create with name doc library, but we are not going to give space. And I'll leave this option checked and let's create. So the document library is ready with name doc library. And if we look at the URL, it says doc library. There is no %20 because there is no space within this document library name. There is nothing wrong if you give a space or not. The only difference will be in the URL of the document library, the space will be replaced with %20. So good to know. So now we have three document libraries. First is the default one, and then we have two libraries. Those are custom that we just created. And if you want to rename the name of the document library, select it and click settings on the right and click library settings. And from here, you can rename the name of the document library and click save. Now, when you will rename the name of the document library, this will not change the URL of the document library. You can see we have a space here, but the URL doesn't has %20 to replace this space. So this is just a good practice to maintain a clean URL for your SharePoint site and the document library. In the last video, we created two document libraries, reports library and doc library. As we know, when we create a SharePoint site, we get a default document library, but we can create multiple document libraries as per our requirement. So let's go to one of the document libraries that we created. Let's go to reports library. If you want to upload a folder or a file within a document library, there are two ways. Either you can click upload and you can select the file, or you can go to the location where the files are stored and you can simply drag and drop the files within the document library. So let's upload few files. I have few files in my system, and so first let me drag and drop few files. So let's select the files, go to the SharePoint site, and you can simply drop these files within the library. And here you can see it says uploading 4 files and all the files are successfully uploaded. And the other way to upload file is click upload, click files, go to the location where the files are and select the files that you want to upload and click open. And you can see the 5 items are being uploaded and all the files are uploaded successfully. In the same way, you can upload the folders within document library. Click upload, click folder, and go to the location where the folders are. Like I have this folder that contains couple of files. So select the folder, click upload, upload, and you can see one item is being uploaded and 3 files, those were inside this folder, has been uploaded. You can click on the folder and you can see 3 files are uploaded along with the folder. Now let's see how we can create new documents in document library. If you want to create a new document in document library, you don't have to create it on your machine and then upload it to the document library. You can create the documents directly within the document library. To create a new document within document library, click new, and from here you can create a Word document, Excel, PowerPoint, OneNote, Forms. You can create all type of documents from here. So let's create a Word document. Click Word. This will open Word Online, from where you can create a Word document. Now, when you make any changes within this document, You do not have to save this document manually. Word Online will save the changes automatically. Also, by default, the name of this document is document. If you want to rename this document, you can click here where it says document and you can type a name for this document here. For example, IT doc. And if you click this arrow, this will give you more options to save this document in a different location. For example, on the left, you can see the list of SharePoint sites in your tenant. You can save this file in a different sites document library, or if you have multiple document libraries within a particular site, you can save this file in a different library as well. Like in IT site, we have reports library and we have doc library. If I want to save this particular document in doc library, I'll select this library and I'll select move here, and this document will be saved within this particular document library. So let's close this and let's create an Excel file. So we will click Excel workbook and this will open Excel Online. You can create columns and rows within this file like you do in Excel application on your desktop. And if you want to rename this file, either you can click here or you can go back to document library, right click on the file and click rename. From here also, you can rename this particular file. If you want to create a new folder within document library, click new, select folder. From here, you can select the color code for a particular folder and give it a name. For example, IT docs folder, click create. Now the folder is ready. Now you can create files or you can move other files within this particular folder. Next, we will learn how to sync a document library to your computer. Sometimes it might not be feasible for you to work on the documents directly within SharePoint Online, or you want to work on these documents on your desktop applications instead of online applications. So that is really easy in SharePoint Online. You can sync the document library to your computer in a single click. All you need to do is you need to install OneDrive for Business on your computer, and within document library, you need to click sync. Click open Microsoft OneDrive and it says we are syncing your files. Click close and let's go to OneDrive location on our computer. So here we can see Office 365 Concepts is my tenant name. We have IT reports library synced, where IT is the name of the SharePoint site and reports library is the name of the document library. If you go back to SharePoint site, you can see IT is the name of our team site and reports library is the document library that we just synced with OneDrive. So here you can see all the files that you can see within the document library. You can work on these documents from your computer itself, and the changes that you will do within these documents from here will automatically sync to the document library in SharePoint Online. In nutshell, document versioning is whenever you or someone makes a modification within a document, SharePoint Online creates a new copy of that particular document so that you can go back in time and you can review the previous versions. Document versioning creates a historical record of the changes done within the document. It shows the date and time when a change was done within the document and along with the name of the user who made the changes within the document. Let's assume you have a large document that includes lots of the information. And if multiple users are working on that document, this will become very difficult to track all the changes. In SharePoint Online, whenever a user makes any modification within a document, SharePoint saves a version of that document. When co-authoring is enabled in SharePoint, multiple users can work on the same document simultaneously. Each user's changes are tracked and saved as a new version. When a user saves changes to a document that is being co-authored, SharePoint will save a new version of the document that includes all the changes made by all the users. So this way you can easily track who made what changes within a document. I have few documents in this document library. If you want to see the document version for a particular document, right-click on the document and click Version History. Or you can click More Actions next to the document and then click Version History. Here I can see only two versions of this document, version 1 and version 2. Along with the version numbers, we can see the date and time when this version was created or when the changes were made within this document. We can see the name of the user who made the changes within the document, and we can see the size of each version. Let's close this for now and let's open this particular file. Now in this document, we can see two columns, item A and item B. Let's add some more columns, item C and item D. This is online version of Excel, so we don't have to save the file manually. This file will be saved automatically. So let's close this file. And now let's check the version history of this particular file. And now we can see three versions of this particular document. If we open version 2, it shows only two columns in this document. That means this is the previous version of the document. This version doesn't include the changes that we just did. But if I open the latest version, version 3, open Excel, and in this version we can see the latest changes. Let's add one more column within this document, item E, and let's close this. Let's check the version history again. And now we can see the another version of this document. So this version is the latest version of this document. That means after this version, no other changes were made within this document. If I add one more column in the document, or if I delete a column, SharePoint will create a new version of this document. So let's say you opened this document and you found that the recent changes done within this document are not good. So you can go back to the version history and you can check the previous version of this document. If the previous version of this document is good, you can restore the previous version. For example, in this document, there are 5 columns. Now let's say I want to restore this document to the previous version when there were 4 columns in this document. But if I restore this document to the previous version, and if someone will open this document from document library, he will see 4 columns because we have restored this document to the previous version. So to restore a document, you will go to the version history. On the previous version, you will click drop down arrow and then you will click restore. Click OK. Now SharePoint will create another version of this document, which is the latest version. So if I open this document, we can see only 4 columns. And if I go back to document library, and if I open this document, we can see 4 columns because now this document is restored to the previous version. Now, as you have restored the document to the previous version, you might want to delete the previous versions of this document. To delete the previous versions, right-click the document again, go to version history, and click drop-down arrow, click delete. And like this, you can delete all the previous versions. If you want to delete all the versions, you can delete it from here. But let me delete the previous versions. So now we have only the latest version of this document. Now again, if someone will make changes to this document, SharePoint will generate another version of this document. So what is checkout and check in functionality in SharePoint Online. Let's take an example and things will be more clear. Let's say I have a document which is shared with multiple users, and all of these users are working on this document and they are making some changes within this document. Now, let's assume you want to make some changes within this file, or let's say you want to change the structure of this file. So till the time you are working on this file, you do not want other users to make any changes within this particular file. Though this file is shared with multiple users and all the users can work on this file at the same time, but your requirement is even if this file is shared with multiple users, till the time you are working on this file, no one else should be able to make any changes within this file. And even the owners and members of this site should not be able to work on this particular file till the time you are working. So this is where check out and check in come in the picture. Now let me show you this practically. In this document library, I have few files. Let's share one of these files with a user. Go to share and let me share this file with Bob Ross, and I'll give edit permission. Let me copy the link and click send. And let's go to the browser where Bob Ross is logged in and let's open this link. So Bob Ross can access this file, and let's go back. Let me open this file here as well. So here we have the file open. This is concepts user. So in this file, we can see Bob Ross is working on this particular document. And if we go back to Bob Ross, we can see concepts user is also working on this particular file. So Bob Ross can make changes in this file because he has edit permission. So let me add one column. He can make changes. And if we go back to concepts user, he can also make changes because he is the owner of this particular site and the document library. So we can make changes here as well. So as of now, concepts user and Bob Ross both can make changes within this file. But let's say I want to make some changes within this file. I want to change something, and I do not want Bob Ross to make any changes within this file till the time I'm working on it. Now there is another way to achieve this. We can remove the sharing permission for Bob Ross, and once concepts user has made changes within the file, he can again assign the same permission to him. But this is a long process. Let's say this file is shared with multiple users. So in that case, removing and reassigning permissions will be a time-consuming task. So it is better to use check out and check in feature. Now before you check out a file, make sure the file is closed. Let's close this file on both of the users' end. If the file is open somewhere, you will not be able to check out. So let's go back to document library. Now to check out a file, you will click three dots, or you can right click on the document and click more and click check out. When you check out a file, next to the file you will see a red icon with an arrow. And if you hover your mouse over this icon, it says you checked out this item so others cannot edit. Check in or discard checkout. We will talk about these two options later. So the file is checked out. Let's open this file and let me make some changes. I can make the changes within this file. Let's go back to Bob Ross and let's open the same link. So at the top right, you can see Bob Ross has view only permission on this particular file now. That means till the time I'm working on the file and I do not remove check out from the file, Bob Ross will have a read only permission on this file. He can view the file, but he will not be able to make any changes within this file. Also, whatever changes I'm doing in this file, Bob Ross will not be able to see those changes. So at this time, the file is logged for Bob Ross. If Bob Ross will try to make any changes within this file, let's make some changes. He will get a message that you have read-only permission on this file. And if he clicks Edit Workbook, it says someone else has checked out this workbook. You won't be able to edit this workbook until it is checked back in by the current editor. So let's close this file. Let's go back and let me make some changes here. Now let's say I have made all the changes in this file and now the other users can work on this file. So to do this, I need to check in the file. Let me close this file and let's go back to the same file. Right click or click three dots next to the file. Click More and click Check In. This comment section is optional, but this is a good practice to add the comments so that the others can know that you have made some changes within this file. So let's add few comments like I have made changes within this document. Now you can work on it and click Check In. So now the checkout icon is removed from this file. Let me copy the link and let's go back to Bob Ross, paste the link. So now Bob Ross can see the recent changes done within this file by concepts user. And now he can make changes as well because the checked out feature is disabled on this file. Now let me show you the purpose of adding the comments that we added while checking in the document. Let's go to the property of this document and click version history. When you check in a file, SharePoint creates a version history of that activity. Now here you can see the version and here you can see the comments as well that you added when you checked in the file. So the users who are working on this document can easily understand that you have made some changes within this document. So now we know that if you want to work on a file and no one else should be able to work on that file till the time you are working, you will check out the file and once done, you will check in the file. But let's say I checked out a file and you can see this file is logged out, but I didn't make any changes within this file. So instead of checking in, I can simply go back to the properties, more, and click discard checkout. So it says if you discard your checkout, you will lose all changes made to the document. Are you sure you want to discard your checkout? So I will click yes, and the file will be open now. And now anyone who has the access to this file can work on it. Recycle bin is a storage space that stores the deleted items. It allows the users to restore the documents if required. SharePoint Online Recycle Bin stores the deleted files, documents, folders, lists, and even complete site. Every SharePoint site has a recycle bin, be it a team site or a communication site. SharePoint Online Recycle Bin has two stages. First stage recycle bin, which is also called as site recycle bin, and second stage recycle bin, which is also called as site collection recycle bin. When you delete a document from a SharePoint site, that document goes to first stage recycle bin and it stays there for 93 days. Now, if you delete that document from first stage recycle bin, the document will move to the second stage recycle bin and the document will stay here for the remaining days. For example, let's assume we deleted a document from document library. That document will go to the first stage recycle bin. And here, that document will be retained for 93 days. Now let's say after 20 days, we deleted this document from first stage recycle bin. Now this document will move to the second stage recycle bin. And here, this document will be retained for 73 days. And after 73 days, the document will be permanently deleted. So in SharePoint Online, when you delete anything from the site, that item is retained for 93 days. If a document is retained in first stage recycle bin for 93 days, and you do not recover it, this will be purged. The document will not move to the second stage recycle bin. The total duration for both first stage and the second stage recycle bin is 93 days. Moreover, SharePoint Online retains the backup of all the content for 14 additional days beyond the actual deletion date. That means after 93 days, if the content can't be restored from the recycle bin and you do not have a retention policy applied to the SharePoint sites, or you do not have a third-party backup or M365 backup solution, an administrator can contact Microsoft support to request a restore inside the 14 days window. But if we talk about the on-premises SharePoint server, the items are retained for 30 days. This is the default value, but the administrators can increase it. Now, what type of data is stored in recycle bin? It stores the document that you delete from the document library. It stores the folders that you delete from the document library. If you delete the SharePoint calendar events, those are also retained in recycle bin. If you delete site pages, or if you delete the complete document library, this will also be retained in recycle bin. If you delete list from SharePoint site and the files and folders that you delete from the synchronized OneDrive account, these items are also retained in SharePoint Online recycle bin. The synchronized OneDrive is in SharePoint Online, you can sync a SharePoint site document library with your OneDrive client. So if you delete a document library file that is syncing with your OneDrive account, these files and folders are also retained in recycle bin. Now let's understand what level of permissions are required to restore the content from recycle bin. The site members who have edit permission level, they can restore the documents from the first stage recycle bin. The site members can restore the content those are deleted by the users, as well as those are deleted by the other site members. But site members can't recover the items from the second stage recycle bin. The site owners who have full access permission level or the site collection administrators can restore the content from first stage recycle bin as well as from the second stage recycle bin. And if we talk about the site visitors, they have read-only permission. They can see the recycle bin, but they can't access it, or they can't access the content of recycle bin. But there is an exception to the document libraries and the document list. Document libraries and the document list can be restored either by the site owners or by the users who actually deleted the list or the library. Now, there is no specific setting to modify the permission levels for the recycle bin. Recycle bin do not have any sort of permission levels. The permissions for the recycle bin are linked to the permissions of the documents, site, or the items. That means if you want to modify the permission level on the recycle bin, you need to modify the permissions on the site or the document. So let's move to the SharePoint Online and let's see how to manage the recycle bin in SharePoint sites. In a team site, the recycle bin is located on the left menu. This is the first stage recycle bin. And if you want to access the second stage recycle bin, scroll it down and here you will see second stage recycle bin. But if we go to a communication site, we do not see recycle bin on the quick launch menu. To find the recycle bin for a communication site, you will click settings and click site content. And at the top right, you will see recycle bin. This is first stage recycle bin. And if you want to locate the second stage recycle bin, scroll it down and at the bottom, you will see second stage recycle bin. Let's go to documents in communication site and let's delete a file. Let's go back to recycle bin, site contents. And here we can see we have one file within the recycle bin. Let's open it. So the file that we deleted from the documents library is now moved to recycle bin, which is the first stage recycle bin. Now this file will be retained here for 93 days. But if I delete this file now, this will go to the second stage recycle bin. Let's delete it and let's go to second stage recycle bin, and we can see the file here. Now this file will be retained here for 93 days. And if I do not recover this file, after 93 days, this file will be deleted permanently. But let's say you have a retention policy applied on the tenant where you have defined that do not delete SharePoint sites and its data for 1 year. Then this file will be retained for 1 year. If you want to delete a file permanently, you will right-click the file and click delete. This file will be deleted permanently and you will not be able to recover it. And if you want to delete all the files from the recycle bin, you can click empty recycle bin. This will delete all the files from the second stage recycle bin. Now let's see how to create a rule in SharePoint Online to get notified when a document is deleted from document library. You can create this rule in both team site and a communication site. The process is same for both. In communication site, go to document library and click three dots, click automate rules and create a rule. And here we'll select a file is deleted. And so it says when a file is deleted, when this rule will trigger, it will send an email to, and here we will add a user to whom we want to send the notification. If you want, you can add multiple email addresses here and click create. And this rule is enabled. So let's delete a file, right click, delete, click delete. And now let's go to the mailbox for this user, concepts user. And here we can see we have received a notification, concepts user deleted an item. The documents that we store on a SharePoint site are available to the users. Those have permissions on this site. But sometimes we want to share these documents with the users. Those are not part of this site. So in these scenarios, we can share the documents with the other users. If you want to share a document with a user, you can right click on the document, then click share, or you can click three dots next to the document you want to share and click share, or you can hover your mouse over the document and then click share. The process will remain same. So let's click share. At the top, we can see the name of the document that we are going to share. And here we need to add the name or the email address of the user with whom we want to share this document. You can add internal user here or even an external user. So let me add few users. Next to this, we can assign a particular access to these users. By default, it is set to can edit. But if you click this drop-down arrow, you will see more options. Depending on the type of document that we are going to share, these options will differ. For example, the option can review is only available for the Word documents. If you share any other document apart from Word file, you will not see this option. So let's talk about these options one by one. Can edit means the users to whom you are going to share this document, they can edit the document. They can make changes within the document and they can share this document with other users. If you share a document with can view permission, the users can only view the document. They will not be able to make any changes within the document. Then we have can't download. This is also a read-only permission. Users can view the document, but they can't download the document to their devices, and they can't make any changes within the document. And the last one is can review. If we share a document with this permission, the users can view the document, they can add comments, but they cannot modify the document. So let's say I want to share this document with these two users with view only permission. So I will select can view, and here I can type a message for these users. For example, please review this file and share your findings. And once done, either you can copy the link from here and you can share it with the users, or you can click send. So this document is shared with two users. And same way, if you want to share a folder, you will select the folder, click three dots, or you can click share here as well, or you can right click the folder and click share. The process will remain same. Here you can see the name of the folder that you're going to share, and then you can add the users. From here, you can select the permission that you want to give. Now here you can see, we can see only can edit, can view, and can't download. We do not see can review permission. So let's say I want to give view only permission and click send. So this complete folder is now shared with Bob Ross, and all the files which are inside the folder, he has view only permission to these files. So now we know how to share the documents or folders with someone. Let's explore the sharing settings. Let's go to sharing again. On this page, next to copy link, click settings. And this will open link settings. These settings decide with whom you can share a particular document. If you see a setting disabled or it is grayed out, that means the setting is controlled by the administrator from SharePoint Online Admin Center. So let's talk about these settings one by one. If you select anyone and share a document with someone, that user can open the document, and if he forwards this document to someone else, that user can also access the document. And this is applicable for both internal and external users. So this is the most restrictive setting within an organization. Most of the organizations keep this option disabled. Then we have people in Office 365 concepts. Office 365 Concepts is the name of my tenant. If my organization allows only this option, I can share the documents only with the internal users. That means the users of this organization. Then we have people with existing access. If you want to share a link of the document again with a user who already have access to the same document, you will select this option. This setting doesn't change any permission. It only reshares the link of the document with whom that document is already shared. And the last one is people you choose. This setting allows you to choose particular people with whom you want to share the document. By using this setting, you can share the documents with internal and external users. And if a user will forward the link to another user, that user will not be able to access the document. Only the users with whom you have shared the document can access it. Next, we can see the permission level. If you want to share the document with edit permission, can review permission, view only permission, or with can't download permission. And then we have expiration date. We can set a date for this link. For example, I'll select, let's say 1st of August. So after this date, this link will be expired. And after this date, the user will not be able to access the document. Now, these settings, these edit permissions or the expiration date, these settings will depend on the permission level that we have selected above. If I select people in Office 365 concepts, I can see these two settings. But if I select people with existing access, I will not see these two settings. Also, if I click people you choose, I can see if I can give edit or view permission, and I can set expiration date as well. So let me share this document again, and let's click apply. Let me reshare this document with Bob Ross and same user. You can copy the link from here. For example, I copied the link. Now I can share this link with Bob Ross or this user, and they can directly open this link with edit permission. Or I can send an invitation to these two users. They will receive the notification email that will contain the link to open this file, and both the users can open the link, they can access the file, and they will be able to edit the document. We will see this later in few minutes. Now, so far, we have learned how to share a document, how to manage sharing permissions and sharing access. Now let's see how to manage the shared access, how to manage the access which is already given to the users. When we share a document with any user, basically a link is shared with the users to access the documents. This doesn't share the actual document with the user. The user will receive a notification that this user has shared a file with you. The other user will click the link and he will get access to the document. For example, let's go to another browser where Bob Ross is logged in, and we can see he has received a notification that Concepts user invited you to edit a file. So Bob Ross will copy the link and he will paste the link, or he can directly click on this file, or he can click open and this file will open. Now Bob Ross has edit permission, so he can modify this document. Also, if you share a document with someone, this doesn't give access to the user to the SharePoint site or the document library in which the document is stored. The user will get access only to the document that is shared with him. So if you want to validate the sharing permissions, or you want to see with whom a particular document is shared, right-click the document and go to Manage Access, or you can click three dots next to the document and click Manage Access. So here you can see this document is shared with these two users with edit permission. If you want to remove permission for a particular user, click on the user, expand the permission, click on this. Here you will see two users. Let's say we want to remove permission for team 1. Click this cross, remove, and that's it. And if you want to remove access to this document for all the users, you can click Stop Sharing. Under Groups, we can see the owners and members of this group because this is a team site, so it has an associated Microsoft 365 group. So this basically says these users also have access to this document. So if I go to the People tab and if I remove Bob Ross from here as well, this will not remove the permission on the site level or on the document library level. The users who are added within the group membership will still have access to this document because they are members and owners of this site. Under links, we can see the link that is shared with the users. Like I said earlier, when we share a document with a user, it doesn't actually shares the document. It shares the link with the users. User will receive a link, and based on the permission given on that link, user can take action on the document. If I want to share this link with other users, click Settings next to Copy and look for the user and click Apply. So now we can see this link is shared with these two users. So this is how you manage sharing permissions and settings in SharePoint Online. In SharePoint Online, metadata is basically the additional information or the attributes of the documents. For example, in this document library, we have few documents, and for each document, we have three columns. These are by default columns. We have name that indicates the name of the document. We have the modified date, on what date the particular document was modified, and we have modified by, that shows us who modified a particular document. So these columns represent the additional information about these documents. And with the help of this information, we can further categorize or organize these documents. We can filter these documents using this information. We can group by the documents. For example, if I want to group by these documents on the basis of their modified date, I'll click on the drop down arrow and click Group by Modified. And all these documents will be grouped as per their modified date. Now the columns that you see here, name, modified, and modified by, these columns are the default columns. When you create a document library in SharePoint site, by default, you get these three columns, and you can use these columns to organize your documents. But let's say you need some more details about these documents to organize them properly. For example, if you look at this document library, we have lots of information about each document. For example, we have name, we have report type that shows us if a particular document or a report is a sales report, it's a customer feedback, or it's a web trends. Then we have honor that shows the particular honor of a particular document. We can see the year when the report was published. We have the modified date, modified by, and we have one more column for comments. So all this information is a metadata for each document, and we can organize these documents on the basis of this information. For example, if I want to sort these documents on the basis of the year when these were created, I will click on the drop down arrow next to report year, and from here we can sort these documents in ascending order or descending order. Let's click smaller to larger, which is ascending order, and we can see all the documents are sorted in ascending order. Same way, if I want to filter these documents on the basis of honor, I will click on honor column and I'll click filter by. On the right, I can see all the honors of these documents. For example, I want to see the documents owned by Bob Ross. I'll check Bob Ross and click apply. So now I can see the documents, those are owned by Bob Ross. So this is the purpose of creating metadata in SharePoint Online. So by end of this video, our new document library will look like this. So let's go back to the other site. And in this site, we are going to use doc library, which is a document library. We will use this document library to create our metadata. So we will create columns in this document library, which will be our metadata. To create a column in document library, you will click add column, and here you will see a list of data types that can be used to create metadata. We can use text, choice, date and time, multiple lines of text, person, number, and so on. You can use all these data types to create columns in a document library. So first we will create a choice column. So select choice and go next. Here we will give it a name, report type. Type will remain choice. Now here we have three choices by default, but if we want to add another choice, we can click add choice and we can add few more as well. So for this demo, I just need three, and we can rename these choices as well. So basis on the document, I'll make the changes here. So we have sales document, then we have customer feedback, and we have web trends. If you want, you can change the color of these choices as well. This is on your requirement, you can change them. And like this, you can change the color. We will leave these two options unchecked and click more options. Under display choices using, we can select if we want a drop-down menu to select the report type, or we need a radio button. The choices that we are going to create here, we will use these choices within the column to select the report type. So here, either you can set it as a drop-down menu, that when you will click on the menu or the column, you will get a drop-down menu, or you need radio buttons, and you can select one of the report types. I want this as drop-down menu, so I'll leave it as it is. And I want my users to select only one choice, so I'll leave this option disabled. And then we have required that this column contains information. This setting means the users can't leave this column blank. the users will have to select one of these choices for each document. So I will turn this option to on and click Save. So the column is ready with name report type, and this is our metadata that will be used to organize our documents. Now it's time to add the report type from the choices that we just created. There are two ways to add choices for these documents. If you have less number of documents in document library, you can right click on a document, go to details. On the right, you will see report type column, which is our report type column within the document library. Click select an option, and basis on the report type, select the option from here. So our report is customer feedback. So let's select customer feedback, and this is automatically saved, and we can see the value is updated here as well. The other way is click edit in grid view at the top, and from here we can modify all the documents. So let's update these documents one by one. So this is customer feedback. Let's select the report type. This is sales. This is also sales. So like this, you can update the choices column. And once done, click exit grid view. So this is how this document library will look like. Now let's add another column with data type honor. Click add column and click person and click next. And let's give it a name honor. Type will be person or group. And if you want to show the profile picture within the column, you can turn this option to on and click more options. I do not want to allow multiple selections, and this is the required column, so I'll click to yes and click save. So the column is ready. We will again go to edit in grid view, and let's add honor for each document. So as soon as you will type the name of a user, this wizard will automatically detect the account for that user. So let's click Bob Ross account. We can see the user is added, and like this we can add honors for each document. And once done, click exit grid view. Now if you hover your mouse over any user, this will display the complete information about that particular account. Now let's add another column on the basis of number data type, and this will be another metadata for these documents. So let's click add column and select number and click next. Let's give it a name report year, and type will be number. We will leave it as it is and click more options. Now, if you are creating this column for the decimal numbers, for example, 1.23 or 20.45, so under number of decimal places, you can select how many numbers you want to show after the decimal. But we are creating this column for the year, so we will select 0. I do not want to separate the numbers, so I will disable this option. And we need this option that says require that this column contains information, and click save. So the column is ready. Let's go to edit in grid view, and let's add report year for each document. And once done, click exit grid view. So now we have additional metadata for these documents. Now let's see how we can filter the documents basis on this metadata. So let's say we want to see the reports basis on their report type. So we will click report type, and here let's click filter by. I want to see only the sales reports. So I'll check sales and click apply. So now I can see only the sales reports within this document library. If you want to clear the filter, you can click on these clear filters on the right and this will clear the filter. If you want to filter the report on the basis of, let's say, customer feedback, check this option, click apply. I can see only the documents or the reports for the customer feedback report type. Or let's say we want to filter these documents on the basis of honor. I want to see the documents whose honor is Bob Ross. So I'll click honor and filter by. On the right, we can see all the honors. Select Bob Ross, click apply. Now I can see the documents whose honor is Bob Ross. Similarly, I can filter these documents for team 1 and I can see the documents those are owned by team 1. So like this you can filter the documents based on a particular metadata. Let's assume we want to sort these documents on the basis of the year they were created. So I will click report year and let's sort these documents in ascending order basis on the report year. So click smaller to larger. And you can see all these documents are sorted in ascending order. If you want to reverse it or you want to sort these documents in descending order, click report year and then click larger to smaller. So now these documents are sorted as per the report year in descending order. We can also use this metadata to group the documents. To group a document on the basis of report type column, for example, click report type, click group by report type. And now you can see all these documents are grouped as per their report type. We have all the documents under customer feedback. We can see number of the documents. Sales documents are under sales group. The number of documents we can see here. And similarly, web trends are grouped under this particular report type. You can also move the columns. For example, I need honor column next to the name. So I will click honor, drag it and drop it here. Honor column is now next to name. Similarly, if I want report type here, I can move it here as well. So by creating the metadata, we can easily organize the documents as per our requirement. When we create a document library, we get only 3 columns like we discussed earlier, which is a default metadata for the library. But by creating additional metadata, we can sort the documents, we can filter them, we can easily locate them. It becomes very easy to understand that what exactly a document is about. We can group the documents as per their categories and so on. And like we discussed, when we create a column, we have n number of data types that can be used to create metadata. You can use all these data types to create columns within your library and you can organize the documents. But all these options that you perform here, like filter the documents, sorting the documents, or grouping the documents, these activities are basically for you only. The other users will not be able to see if you do any filtering or grouping here because this is your personal view. But if you want to do it for all the users, you can create views or modify the existing views so that if a user comes into this document library, they all get the standard representation of your documents within this document library. Moreover, the metadata that we just created, this is applicable to this document library only. If I create another document library in the same site, I will not get these columns. To display all these metadata in all the document libraries of your site, you need to create this metadata on the site level. In nutshell, a list is a collection of data. For example, if we look at this Excel file, we can see a few columns like product name, category, in stock, order date, and then we have the items for each column. This is also a list that contains data. But if we compare this Excel file with a list, you can do lot more things with a list in SharePoint. In SharePoint list, you can create items. You can share the list and the items with your users. You can create a task within a list. You can check the version history of a list in SharePoint. And if we talk about a document library contains the information about the documents. For example, the name of the document, we can see the modified date, and we can see the name of the user who last modified a particular document. But this doesn't tell us what information is inside a particular document. And if we talk about a list, we can see all the items within the list. This is a contact list that contains the name, contact number, company name, email address, and other information of the users. So a list in SharePoint is an inventory of the items. It can be a list of tasks that you can use to monitor the progress of a project, or a list can be a collection of contacts. So let's see how to create a list in SharePoint site. In one of the previous videos, we created this team site with name IT, and we are going to create a list within this site. To create a list in SharePoint site, you will go to the home page of that particular site, click New, and click List. You can create a list in multiple ways. You can create a list from the scratch. You can clone a list. For example, if you click from existing list, you will see all the SharePoint sites of your tenant on the left. If you already have list created in another SharePoint sites, you can select that particular site. For example, you can select this. If you have a list inside this particular site, you can select the list, and this wizard will create a new list using the views and columns of that existing list. Let's go back. You can also create a list using an Excel file or using CSV file. If you have an Excel file, click from Excel, upload the Excel file, and follow the instructions, and this will create a list using the Excel file, and all the items of the Excel file will be updated in the list. Let's go back. You can also use the pre-built templates to create a list. But for this particular demo, I'm going to create a blank list. So let's select blank list. Under name, we will give a name for this list. I'm going to create a task list for one of my projects so that I can track the progress of the project. So I will give it a name, IT project task. And under description, we can add a description as well. For example, we will monitor the progress of the project using this task. And then we have show in site navigation. If you want to show this particular list in this left navigation menu bar, you can check this option. If you do not want to reflect it within this menu bar, you can uncheck this option. But later, you can change this setting as well. I'll show you how to do it. So let's uncheck this for now and click Create. So the list is ready, but we do not see this list in the left menu bar. So to reflect this particular list link within this menu bar, we will click Settings, and then we will go to List Settings. And here we will click List Name, Description, and Navigation. And here under Display this list on the quick launch, we will select Yes and click Save. And let's go back, and we can see this list name is now visible in quick launch menu. So now let's add few items within this list. When you create a list in SharePoint Online, you get a default column with name, title. But the list that we are going to create doesn't require a title column. We need columns like task name, start date, honor, and status. So let's rename this column. To rename the column, you will click on the column and go to column settings and click rename. And let's give it a name, task name, click save. We need few more columns as well. So let's click add column. And here you will see a list of all the data types that you can use to create a column, like text, choice, date and time, and so on. We talked about these data types in the last video when we talked about metadata. So the second column that we need for this list is start date. So we will use date and time data type. So let's select and click next. Let's give it a name, start date, and type will remain date and time. And let's click more options. We will check this option because this is mandatory field and click save. So the column is ready. Next, we will add another column for honor. In this column, we will add the name of the user who will be working on a particular task. So again, we will go to add column, and this time we will select person data time and go next, and let's give it a name, honor. Type will remain person or group. If you want to show the profile photos of the users, you can turn this option to on. Then go to more options. We will turn this option to on because we need multiple users within this column. And we will turn this option to on as well because we want the users to update this field. They can't leave this field blank. So after this, let's click save. And our third column is ready. Now we need another column for status, from where we will monitor the progress of the task. So let's click add column, and this time we will select text, go next, and the name of the column will be status. Type will remain single line of text. Click more options, and let's turn this option to on and click save. So the columns are ready. Now it's time to add the information under these columns. There are multiple ways to add information within these columns. If you want to add a couple of items, you can select add new item at the top. This will open a form where you can see all the columns that we just added within the list. So let's fill in the details. Task, let's give it a name like create business case. And let's select the start date, 2nd of August, and let's add the honor. So I'm assigning this task to Bob Ross, and status will be not started, and click save. So like this, you can add the items under each column. We can also click edit in grid view, and we can add the items from here also. Let's add few items. And once you have added all the items, click exit grid view. So the list is ready and we can track the progress of each task from here. If you want to modify a particular item, select the item and click edit. This will again open the same form. Let's modify some values and let's make it started and click save. Now, in one of the previous videos, we talked about version history for documents. A list also has a version history, but the version history for the list is quite different. If we go to a document library and right click a document, go to version history, we can see here the date and time when this document was modified, and we can see who modified this document. But if we go to a list and right click version history, we can see here date and time when this particular list was modified. We can see who modified it, but here we can also see what changes were made within this particular item, which is not available within the version history of the documents in document library. We can also see the versions for this list. And if you want to restore the list to a previous version, Click on this drop down, click restore and click OK. Now this will create another version for this particular item. Now let's see how to share a list or the items of a list with the users. To share the complete list with someone, you will click share. This will open the sharing settings. Type the name with whom you want to share this particular list. You can also give the permissions to this user over this list. When you share a list with someone, you will get 3 permissions. Can edit list means the user will be able to add or remove columns within the list. He can add or remove items from a list and add or remove the views in a list. Then we have can edit items. If this permission is assigned, user can only modify the items within the list. He will not be able to modify the list. And then we have can view. With this permission, the user can only view the list. He will not be able to make any changes within the list or the items. So let's say I want to give can edit list permission to this user and let's click send. And if you want to share a particular item with someone, select the item, right click, click share, or select the item, click 3 dots, click share. This will again open the sharing settings and let's share it again with Bob Ross. Let's give him edit permission and click send. Now this user will receive 2 notifications. So let's go to his mailbox and here we can see 2 emails. This is for the complete list IT project task. Let's open this link. And the other notification is for individual item, create business case. So let's open this as well. So this is how it will look like. The user has edit permission, so he will click edit all. And here he can make changes. And let's say this task is completed and click save. And similarly, he has access or edit permission on the complete list. So he can click edit in grid view. He can add new items or he can modify the existing items. And let me refresh this list and we can see the change that Bob Ross made, create support ticket, and he has completed this task. Now, if you want to delete an item from the list, select the item, click 3 dots and click delete and click delete again. Now this item will move to the first stage recycle bin. If you want to restore this item, go to recycle bin and we can see this particular item is here. If you want to restore, select the item, click restore, and this particular item will be placed back to its original location. Now let's see how to create a list using an Excel file. I have one Excel file that contains the contacts of few users and I want to create a list using this Excel file. So we will go to the home page of this site, click new, click list and click from Excel and let's upload the file contact list. Now the file that we have, this contains the data in rows and columns, but we need to format this particular data in table. So we will click open. This will open the Excel file that we just uploaded. So you will select all the data, select format as table, and let's click on one of the tables and click OK. And now you need to remove this filter as well. So for that, you will click sort and filter and click filter. So the filter is removed. Let's go back and let's click refresh. So now we can see all the data that we have within our Excel file. However, the contact number is not in the correct format. So we will do this later. Go next And let's give it a name, contact list. Name is fine. We want to show this list in navigation menu and click create. So the list is ready, but we need to correct this. So let's go to column settings and click edit. And here, let's go to more options. And you need to disable this option, use thousands separator and click save. And now we have the mobile number in correct format. Microsoft Planner is a service in Microsoft 365 that is used to create project plans. You can create tasks and you can assign these tasks to someone and you can track the progress of each task. To create a task using Planner in SharePoint Online site, you will go to the home page of the site and click New and click Plan. Under Plan name, let's give it a name. For example, Project Plan. I will leave this option checked because I want to show this plan in the site navigation and click Create. So in the navigation menu, we can see the project plan is created. And when you create a plan or a task, you basically create a bucket or a column. A bucket is a collection of plans or tasks. For example, if we are working on a project, there can be multiple tasks like planning, development, testing, implementation, monitoring, and so on. So we can create buckets for each task or each plan, and we can assign these tasks to each user. So let's create few plans here. If you want to rename a bucket or a column, click on this and rename it. Let's give it a name planning and let's create few more. Click add new bucket. Our next bucket will be deployment. Let's add few more, testing, and next will be implementation. And let's add one more, which will be monitoring. So now we have 5 buckets or the columns. So this is basically a plan for our project, the different stages of a project. Now let's add the task. So the task is basically the assignments that we are going to assign to the users. To add a task, click add task under a particular bucket where you want to create the task and give it a name. So we are going to create these tasks for our project. So let's give it a name like collect details from client and click add task. Now the task is created and if you click on this task, you can assign this task to someone. I can click assign and let's say I want to assign this to Bob Ross. Click assign and add. So this task is assigned to Bob Ross. And under bucket, you can change the bucket as well, but I'll leave it as planning. Under progress, you can select if the task is not yet started or this task is in progress or this particular task is completed. So this task is not started yet, so I'll leave it as it is. Under priority, you can select if this task is urgent, important, medium, or it has low severity. And then we have start date. You can select the start date when Bob Ross will have to start working on this task. So let's select 7th of August and due date will be the date by when Bob Ross will have to complete this task. So this date will be the deadline for Bob Ross. So let's say I want him to complete this task by 15th of August. Under notes, you can add the notes as well. For example, collect details from client related to the project. And then we have checklist. Let's say the task that we have created, collect details from client. This task has subtask as well, like collect design of site, collect content for the site, and so on. So we can create this subtask under this. To create a subtask, what you need to do, where it says add an item, type here the subtask name. For example, collect site design and hit enter. Let's add one more, collect site content. So now we have two subtasks under this particular task. So like this, you can create subtasks. You can also add attachments. You can add comments here for the user to whom you are going to assign this particular task. For example, hi Bob, please work on this task and mark the status and click send. So now this task is assigned to Bob Ross. So let's go to the mailbox of Bob Ross, and here we have email notification, and it says concepts assigned a task to you. Here you can see this is a planner task, and so now Bob Ross will click on this link. He will be redirected to Microsoft Planner, and he can see the task here. He can see the name of the bucket or the column. He can see the progress, priority of the task, the start date, end date. These are the comments that we added. He can see this particular task has subtask as well. And here he can see the comments. Those are added for Bob Ross. Now, when we assign a task to someone, that task is stored in the Exchange Online mailbox of that user. If we go back to the mailbox of Bob Ross and if we click on to do and go to assigned to me, here we can see this task which is assigned to Bob Ross. And once Bob Ross will complete this task will be removed from his mailbox. And if you delete a task from your mailbox, you can go to the deleted items of your mailbox and you can restore it from there. So the task is stored within the Exchange Online mailbox of the user to whom that particular task is assigned. Let's go back to SharePoint Online site and let's add few more tasks. Click add task and here let's give it a name, deploy the SharePoint Online site. Click add task. Under testing, let's add test this site once ready, add task. And under implementation or the other stages of your project, you can add similar task. If you want to add another task under a particular column or the bucket, click add task. And here you can create one more. For example, create subsite, add, and you can click on the task. Again, you have all the options. You can assign the task. And under priority, let's select urgent. Select start date. Let's say 15th of August and due date will be 30th. You can add checklist as well. Create hub site, for example, and you can add comments as well. And once done, click send. And like this, you can create different type of task under each bucket. Now, let's say Bob Ross has completed the task that was assigned to him. So Bob Ross will go back to his mailbox or the planner. And here, let's say he has completed this particular subtask. So he can click on this and this will be marked as completed or it will be striked through. And let's say he has completed this subtask as well. He will click on this. This is also completed. It shows the progress. 2 out of 2 are completed. Now let's say he has completed the complete task that was assigned to him. So he will click on this and this will be marked as completed. And if we go back to the SharePoint site, let me refresh, and we can see that particular task is moved under completed task. Now, apart from this, we can also monitor the progress of the task using charts. At the top, within the planner, you see charts. Click on this. Here you can see the status of each task, how many tasks are not started yet, in progress, or delayed, or completed. You can see all the buckets, and these are the number of tasks created under each bucket. Then you have the priority, urgent, important, medium, low. From here you can find out what particular task has what level of priority, and here you can see to whom a particular task is assigned. We can see one is assigned to Bob Ross. It shows green, that means that particular task is completed. You can see here it says completed 1, and it says not started. On the right, you can see the buckets that we have created. We can see the priority of the task, and we can also see the user to whom a particular task is assigned. Now, there are multiple ways to access these plans or the task that we have created. One of the ways is you can open SharePoint site, you can go to the plan, and here you can see all the tasks those are created, or within browser type task.office.com and click sign in. And here we see our SharePoint site IT, and where we have created project plan planner. So click on this, and here we can see all the tasks. Apart from this, you can click quick launch and more apps. If you do not see planner here, click all apps and look for planner, open it. We can see our SharePoint site here, and we can see all the tasks that we have created. And let's go to Bob Ross mailbox. So we can see the task is removed from his to-do list because he has completed the task. So this is how you can use Microsoft Planner in SharePoint Online to create and manage tasks. A workflow is basically a series of activities those are necessary to complete a particular task. For example, you can create a workflow like when you create an item within a list, the owner of the site should receive an email notification. Or whenever someone adds an item within a list or makes any changes within the items, an approval should be sent to the owner of the site. And when owner of the site will approve the modification, only then the changes will reflect within the list. You can also create a workflow to automatically assign a task to someone. There are multiple types of workflows available within SharePoint Online that you can use to create automated or manual workflows using Power Automate. And just for your information, Power Automate is not a part of SharePoint Online. Power Automate is a cloud-based service within Microsoft 365. We can use Power Automate to create workflows within SharePoint Online, and not only SharePoint, we can integrate Power Automate with OneDrive, Teams, Planner, or other type of applications within Microsoft 365. So within this IT site, which is a team site, we have a list with name contact list, and this particular list has few items. And we want to create a workflow that if someone makes any changes within this list, or if someone adds a new item within this list, an email notification will be sent to the owner of this SharePoint site. To create a workflow for a list, make sure you are within the list. You can click on the name of your list, and within the list, click Integrate, Power Automate, and click Create a Flow. On the right, you will see a list of workflow templates that you can use to create a workflow within SharePoint Online. For example, you can create a flow like whenever a new item is added within the SharePoint site list, a notification will be sent. You can create approval workflows. You can create a workflow like whenever a new item is added within the SharePoint, a request approval is sent within the Microsoft Teams. And if you click show more, you can see a few more templates that you can use within SharePoint Online. And if you click see more templates, you will be redirected to Power Automate. Here we have all the templates that can be used to create different type of flows. We can integrate these flows within SharePoint Online, Teams, Planner, and so on. So let's go back to SharePoint site. So we are going to create this flow that says send a customized email when a new SharePoint list item is added. So when someone who has permission on this particular site will create a new item within this contact list, the owner of this site will receive the notification. So let's click on the flow and you will be redirected to Power Automate. So at the top, we can see the name of the flow that we are going to create. And this picture basically tells us that this flow will connect with SharePoint, then it will find the user in Microsoft 365, and then it will send a notification to the user in Outlook. And if you scroll it down, it says this particular workflow will first connect with SharePoint Online because we have the list created within the SharePoint site. Then it will connect to Microsoft 365 to find the user to whom the notification will be sent. And then it will connect to Outlook to send the email notification to a user. Now, next to each service, you can see a green tick. That means the connection with each service is created. But in case you see a sign in option instead of green tick, click sign in, type your username and password, and once you are authenticated, it will turn to a green tick. So let's click create flow and our flow is ready. Under details, you can see the name of the flow, description of the flow, the owner of the flow who has created this particular flow, and you can see the status is on. We can see the date of creation, time of creation, the last modified date and time, and the type is automated. In Power Automate, we can create three type of flows. Automated, that runs automatically when an event is occurred. For example, when we create an item, the flow will run automatically and it will send a notification. The other type of flow is instant, that is triggered manually. And then we have scheduled flow that can be scheduled for a particular date and time. So our flow is created, but let's understand what exactly happens in the background when we create a flow, or what happens in the background when a flow runs. If you click edit, you will see the complete flow here. So the first step in this workflow is when a new item is created in SharePoint. If you click on this, this will give you more details. Under site address, you can see the complete URL of the SharePoint site on which we are running this particular flow. If you click this drop down arrow, you will see the list of all the SharePoint sites in your tenant. If you want to run this flow on a different site, you can select this site from this list. And under list name, we can see the list name on which we are running this flow. So our site name is IT and the list in which we are running this flow is contact list. And same we can see here, IT, and the name of the list is contact list. If you want to run this particular flow for a different list, you can click on the drop down and you can select the other list within this particular site. And if you want to run this flow for a different site, you can click on this drop down, select this site, and accordingly, you can select the list from here. Now, same way, click on the second step. This step is to collect the user details from Microsoft 365. You can see it has few attributes of the mailbox like given name and mail. And similarly, the third step is to send email. It shows the email sample that will be sent to the owner's mailbox, to the site owner's mailbox. So it says, hi, given name, which is the owner's name. Then this is the body of the email or the email notification. It says a new item was added at this time, this date by, and this will say the user who will make the changes. And then we see first name. So what this first name means, if we go back to our SharePoint site, we can see this title field, which is actually the first name of these users. This is the first name, last name, contact number, and so on. So we have all these columns within this particular list. So within the notification email, the flow will show the value under this particular column. And we will see this practically as well, and things will be more clear. So let's go back to our flow. And if you want to add another column along with first name, you can click on this icon and here type last name and select last name. So now it will show like, hi, the owner of the mailbox or the site. A new item was added at this date, this time by this user, and then it will show the first name and the last name of the item that will add within this particular list. So let's save this flow. Click save. Let's go back to our flow and let's go back to the SharePoint site and let's create a new item within this list. Click add new item and let's add a new item here. Let's say Chris, last name is Smith, contact number, and then we have email address. And click save. So the item is created. Now let's go to my mailbox because I'm the owner of this particular site. And let's go to outlook.office.com. And we can see we have received one email notification. It says, hi concepts, which is the name of the owner of this particular site. A new item was added at this date, this time by this user because the owner of this site made the change. So we can see the same name here. And then it says details, Chris Smith. So Chris is the first name and Smith is the last name. Same was configured within our flow. So we have received the email notification, but let's assume we want to know that whether the flow was successfully initiated or not. To verify this, we will go back to our flow in Power Automate, and at the bottom, you will see 28-day run history. Next to this, click All Runs. And here you will see if the flow was initiated successfully or there was any error. In our case, the flow was succeeded. And if you click on this flow, you will see each level is ticked and you can even see the time taken at each level. So this was an automated workflow that was initiated automatically as soon as we made changes within the list. Apart from Power Automate flows, you can also use Automate feature to create rules in SharePoint Online. Automate rules and Power Automate are two different things. Power Automate is used to create complex workflows, and Automate rules within SharePoint Online are used to send notifications when someone makes any changes within the list. For example, you can create a rule that someone changes anything within a list, someone will receive a notification. Or if someone deletes an item from the list, a notification will be sent to the owner of the site. So let's see how we can use Automate feature in SharePoint Online to create rules. In this example, we will use conditions within the rule. To create the rule or to create an automate rule, you will click Automate, Rules, and click Create a Rule. From here, you can create a rule that when someone changes any data within the list, someone should receive a notification. Or when a new item is added, a notification will be sent. Or when a new item is deleted from the list, a notification will be triggered. Let's click the first rule, data in a column changes. And here you will choose a column that if someone makes any changes under this column, this rule will trigger. You will see a list of all the columns that you have within the list. So let's say I want to create this rule for contact number. And next to changes, you have a condition. Let's say if someone changes the contact number column to anything or the contact number value to anything, this rule will trigger. Or you can select other values as well. For example, 2, and here you will enter a value. For example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if someone will change contact number within the list to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, only then this particular rule will trigger. So like this, you can use conditions within this rule. Let's select to anything, and here you can type the name or the email address of the user to whom you want to send this notification. Let me add Bob Ross. And if you want, you can add another email address as well, or you can add more than one email address and click create. So the rule is created. This is enabled. That means this rule is running. And let's make some changes here. So let's say I want to change the contact number of Chris Smith. So let's add it. Let's modify this to, let's say like this, and click exit grid view. And let's go to Bob Ross mailbox. So Bob Ross has received one email notification that says concepts user changed contact number to this for Chris. So like this, you can create automate rules within SharePoint Online. Let's go back to SharePoint site and let me show you other rules. You can also create rules like when someone adds an item within the list or when someone deletes an item from the list, a notification should be triggered to someone. Within these two rules, you can't use conditions. These are very simple rules. Let's open this one. So here it says, when a new item is created, send a notification to this user. We do not have any condition within this particular rule. And if we go to this particular rule that says an item is deleted, there is no condition as well. We can simply send a notification to a user when a particular item is deleted from a particular list. If you want to create complex rules or flows in SharePoint Online, you need to use Power Automate. We will discuss some more Power Automate flows in the next video. In the last video, we created a flow using pre-built templates in SharePoint Online. Now let me show you how we can create Power Automate flows manually. In my SharePoint site, I have a list with name new joiners where we add the details of the new employees. And I will use this particular list to create Power Automate flow. This is just an example. You can use any list or items for this particular flow. So let's go to Integrate, Power Automate, and click See Your Flows. And you will be redirected to Power Automate Admin Center. So in this example, we are going to create a flow that when a new employee is added within this list, the flow will send a notification to a particular user, and it will send a notification to a Teams channel so that everyone within our organization is aware that we have a new employee in our organization. So to create a flow in Power Automate, click New Flow and select Automated Cloud Flow. And let's give it a name, for example, Custom Flow. So first, we will add SharePoint site and the list within the flow. So here, we will type SharePoint. Now here you will see all the flows or the triggers that you can select. And for our scenario, we are looking for when an item is created. So click on this and click Create. So this is our first trigger. That means this flow will run when an item will be created within the SharePoint site list. Click on this, and on the left, you will see site address. Click on the drop down arrow. Select the site name. Our site name is IT. So select IT, and under list name, you will see the list of all the lists those are available within this particular site. And the list that we need is new joiners. So select new joiners, and that's it. So our trigger is ready. Now we need to select an action that what we want this flow to do when an item is created within the list. So to add an action, we will click plus and click allow and click add an action. So the action will be to send email notification to a user. So here we will search for Outlook, and next to Outlook, click see more. So these are all the actions that you can use within this particular flow. So we will select send an email because we want to send an email notification. Under to field, we will type the name of the user to whom we want to send the email notification. So let me type Bob Ross, and you can add multiple recipients also. Then we have subject. So subject will be we have a new employee joined, and let's compose the body. So body will be hi everyone, we have a new employee joined. Now here we can add the name of the new employee as well. I'll tell you how to do it. So you will click on here on this icon, and here you will look for name, select name, and you can look for last name as well. And like this. So hi everyone, we have a new employee, first, last name, joined. Now the first and last name that we have selected here, this will be fetched from this list. In this list, we have columns like first name, last name, and if I will add new employees details, the flow will fetch the information from this particular list. So the name that we have selected here, this is the first name column, and last name is this column. So it will look like, hi everyone, we have a new employee, first name, then last name, then joined. So our action is also ready. Now let's test this flow. To test a flow, first you need to save it, and at the top right, click test, select manually and click test. So here you can see this flow is running, and as soon as we will add an item within the SharePoint list, this will show us if this flow was initiated successfully or there was any error within the flow. So let's go back to SharePoint list and let's add a new item here. So for example, we have a new user with name John Smith, for example, and let's add his mobile number. And let's say he is part of network team. Click exit grid view. And let's go back to Power Automate. And here we can see the flow has completed successfully. And we can also see how much time was taken on each particular stage of this flow. So the trigger took 3 seconds and the action took 9 seconds. And we have one email notification here as well. And here we can see, hi everyone, we have a new employee, John Smith joined. So we can see here, John is the first name and Smith is the last name. And same thing we can see here. Now let's add few more actions within our flow. Now what we want to do, when a new employee details are added within the list, Bob Ross will receive an email notification. Also, a notification should be sent to the Teams channel. So we will add one more action within this flow. So to do this, go back and click Edit. And we will add one more action. And here we will look for Teams. And next to Microsoft Teams, click See More. Now here you can see a list of actions that you can integrate within this particular flow. But for our scenario, we need one flow or one action that says post message in a chat or channel. So click on this. On the left, under post in, we will select channel, and under team, we will select a team, let's say org team 1. This is an organization wide team, so all the users of my organization are added within this team by default. And under channel, we will select one of the channels, let's say announcement, and the message will be, hi everyone, we have a new employee. And here we'll select the first name and last name. So let's type name space last name joined. So this action is also ready. And now let's test this flow again. So let's save the flow and click test manually. Test. Now let's go back to SharePoint site list and let's add a new item. So this time, let's say we have a new user, concept user. And let's add the mobile number. And let's say he belongs to server team. Exit grid view. Let's go back to flow. So our flow was successful and we can see the time taken by each trigger and each action to run. Now let's go to Bob Ross mailbox. We can see we have received the notification. Hi Bob Ross, we have a new employee concept user joined. And let's go to Teams. And we have org team 1 announcement. And here we have, hi everyone, we have new employee concept user joined. Now let's create a bit more complicated flow using Power Automate. Let's go back and click Edit. Let me close this screen. So we will use conditions and approvals within the flow. Let's go back to the SharePoint site. So here we have a column with name department. So we will create a condition that if the new employee's department is network, then an approval will be sent to a manager of the network team. And if the new employees department is server, then the approval will be sent to the manager of the server department. And if he approves it, then the item will be added within the list as approved or denied. So first I'll create a new column within this list, click add column, and I'll select choice and click next. Now, if you're not aware of the data types that you can see here, single line of text, multiple lines of text, number, choice. If you're not aware of these data types, you can refer to the previous video where we talked about metadata in SharePoint. So in this scenario, first let me give it a name, approval. So type will be choice. Now in this scenario, I need only two choices, either approved or denied. And let me change the color also. Denied should be red and approved should be green. That's it. And let's turn this option on, require that this column contains information, and click save. And after this, all the items, those are already added within this list. For these items, by default, I'll make it approved. And click exit grid view. Now let's go back to Power Automate and let's add one more action. Click plus, add an action. And here we will look for condition because now we are going to involve conditions within this flow. So under control, select condition. So now we have a condition within our flow. If the condition is true, the flow will go this way. If the condition is not met, the flow will go this way. So here where it says choose a value, click this icon and look for department and is equal to server. So this is our condition. If department equals server, then what we want to do. So under true, if the condition is met, if the department is server, so here we will add an action, click plus, add an action. Under add an action, we will look for approval. And here we will select start and wait for an approval. Approval type will be approve or reject first to respond. And title, let's make it approve the request. Assigned to, so if the condition is met, if the department is server, so let's say we want to send it to Bob Ross. Let's type the complete email address. So we have the user here. Now the next thing that we need to do here is we will add one more action within our flow that will add a value within the SharePoint site list. Under approval, if the request is approved, the flow will automatically add a value approved. If the request was rejected, so it will select as or it will set as denied. Let's go back to Power Automate and under this particular condition or the action, we will add one more action. So click plus and click add an action. We will add one more condition. So let's look for condition. So this is a nested condition, condition within condition. So our condition will be if the value outcome equals to approved. So this is our condition and we will add one more action and the action will be update item and click update item. Under site address, we will select the address of our site, IT, and under list name, we will select the name of our list, new joiners, and ID will be the ID of the list. Now what you need to do, you will click on this icon and here look for ID, or you can see here as well. So click on this and next to advanced parameters, click show all, scroll it down and under approval value, select approved. So as of now, our flow is when we will create a new item within our SharePoint list, it will send an email to Bob Ross, an email notification. Then it will post a message within the Teams channel. And basis on the condition, if the department name is server, it will send approval request to Bob Ross. And if the request is approved, it will update the approval column within the SharePoint list with approved value. So as of now, our condition is if the outcome of the approval is approved, it will update the item. And if the request is not approved, so what we want to do? So for that, we will add an action here. Click plus and click add an action. And we will update the same settings that we have added under true. So look for update item. Here, select the site name, IT, and new joiners. ID will be the list ID and click show all. Here under approval value, this time we will select denied. So now the flow is, if the condition is met, the flow will update approved value under approval column. And if the condition is not met, then it will update denied value. And now we are left with one more action. If you go up, here we have a condition that says if the department is server, it will send a notification to Bob Ross. But if department is not server, then what do you want to do? So here under false, we will create one more action. Click plus and click add an action. Now here you can add an action like if the department is not server, you want to send approval request to someone else or to the manager of another department, or the request can be approved automatically. So let's add the same action like we did here. So here search for approval and select this start and wait for an approval. Approval type will be approve or reject first to respond, and title will be approve this request, and assign to, this time I want to send this request to me, concepts user, which is the admin account, and rest of the fields are not required. So that's it. Our flow is ready. Save the flow and let's test it manually and click test. So let's go back to SharePoint site and let's add two more items. So let's say we have a new user with name user A. Let's add mobile number and he's part of server team. And we have one more user, user B. And this user is part of network team, and click exit grid view. So for the server department, the approval request will go to Bob Ross, and for the network department, the request will go to admin. And let's go to Bob Ross mailbox. So we can see the notification is received. We have notification for both users, user A and user B, because the first action within our flow is send a notification to Bob Ross when a new item is added within this flow. And then the flow will send a notification within the Teams channel. And we can see we have received two notifications, one for user A and second for user B. And Bob Ross has received one approval request also. He can click approve to approve the request, or he can reject the request as well. And let's go to this admin's mailbox, because for network team, this particular user will receive the request and he has received the request as well. So let's approve it. Let's add the comments, submit. So the request is completed, it is approved. And let's say for Bob Ross, we will deny this request or we will reject so that we can see if our flow is working properly or not. So let's click submit and this particular request is rejected. And let's go back to SharePoint site list. So let me refresh this page and we can see the approval is updated. We can see one request is approved and other request is denied, which was not approved by Bob Ross. So this is how you can use Power Automate to create workflows in SharePoint Online. If we go by definition, Power Apps is a collection of applications, services, connectors, and data platform that provides an environment to develop applications. You can integrate Power Apps with Excel, SQL Server, Salesforce, and you can create powerful applications. These applications are very easy to customize. You can change the entire structure of the application. You can make the application available to the users, and they can access the application on any device and from anywhere. In our today's example, we will be using SharePoint Online as a data source to create an application. I have a team site in SharePoint Online with name IT, and this team site has a list with name contact list. This list includes information about employees or the new joiners. It has columns like first name, last name, contact number, email address, and the organization name. And we are going to use this information to build an application using Power Apps. Before you start creating an application using Power Apps, please ensure that you have a Power Apps license assigned to the users who want to create the applications or want to access the application. And once you assign the license, you are ready to create Power Apps applications. So to use Power Apps with SharePoint Online, you will click Integrate and then go to Power Apps and click Create an App. And you will be redirected to Power Apps Studio where you can develop the applications. And as soon as this is fully loaded, you will see this message, Welcome to Power Apps Studio. Start customizing your app or preview your app. Click Skip. Now here you can see all the information that we have within our SharePoint list. Let me increase the font so that this is visible to you. So this is our contact list application, but there's a lot to modify yet. So please stay connected and keep watching. In Power Apps Studio, you have lots of elements that you can use to customize a particular application. On the left, you can see the layers of this particular application. If you want to select a particular area of an application, you can select these layers. For example, if I click here on this search button, this will select search icon. If I click here, this will select icon refresh. So either you can select the section from here or you can simply click here and this will select a particular section. On the right of your screen, you have the properties window. If you select any section of this application, based on that selection, you will see the properties on the right side. If you want to preview this application, you have a play button at the top. Click on this, and this is a preview of this particular application. Let me increase the size of this application so that this is visible. This application is not yet published, so the other users will not be able to see this application. So this is how our application will look like. At the top, we can see the title of this application. If you want to refresh the data of this application, for example, this data is coming from the SharePoint list. So if someone has made changes within this list, you can click refresh and this will fetch the data from the SharePoint list. You can sort these items on the basis of ascending order or descending order. If you want to add new items within this application, you can click plus. This will open another form where you can fill in all the details. And once done, you can click on this option and this will add a new item. And when you add any information within this application, this information will be updated within this SharePoint list. Let me show you this practically. Let's click add and let me add few details here and click this icon. We can see this user is added here, test user. And let's go back. We do not have test user here. Click refresh and we can see test user is added, the one that we added from the application. On this application, we have a search box where you can search a contact from this list. For example, if I want to search Chris, so I can type the name and we can see the entries that start with Chris. If you want to delete a contact, click on the contact and click on this delete button and this will be deleted. If I remove this, we do not have the other name that starts with Chris. And if you want to modify a particular contact, click on the contact, click on this pencil icon and let's say add some numbers here. Click tick and this is added. If you want to see details of any contact, you can click on the contact. This will show you all the information like first name, last name, contact number, email address, organization name. And if you go back to list, we can see the same information here as well. This is the user, Tim Barry, and this is the number. This is the email address. And we can see the same information here. Now let's customize this application. If you want to customize an application, you need to first close the preview mode. So to close the preview mode, you will click on this cross icon at the top right. And now you are in editing mode. So first, I want to change the color of this bar at the top. Now, if you notice, when I selected this section, the associated layer of this section was selected on the left. If I select refresh, this will select refresh button. If I click here, this will select the corresponding layer. If I click on this button, this will select this layer. So either you can select from here or you can select from here as well. So to change the color of this bar, I'll select the complete section and on the right of your screen, you will see the properties related to this particular section. So we want to change the color. So next to color, we will click here. From this list, you can select any color as per your requirement, or you can click custom and you can type the color code here. For example, I have a code. So I want this color for this particular application. If you want to move these icons, so you can simply select the icon and you can drag it like this. Or I want to move it here, so I can do like this. So you can customize this application as per your requirement. If you want to change the color of this entire page, you can select the complete area like this. So this is selected. On the right, you will find color. Click on it. And let's say I want this color. So like this, you can select, or maybe this color. So like this, you can select the color as per your requirement. Now, if you go back to the SharePoint list, we can see these columns like first name, last name, contact number, email address, and organization name. However, within our application, we can only see first name, last name, and mobile number. If you want to display more information here, select this section, this complete section, and at the top, click insert and click text label. Let's make it small, and let's decrease the font as well, maybe 12. So like this. So this is the email address. We can move these items to here, and the email address here. Now, if you notice the changes that I'm doing here within this section, all the changes are getting applied to all the sections of this particular application. Now let's assume we need the last name in front of first name. So it should be like first name, then last name. So we can select the last name and we can move it like this. So now we have first name, last name, mobile number or the contact number, and then we have email address. And same changes are applied to all the contacts. Now let's say instead of email address, I need company name. So I'll select this complete section. On the right, I'll click here next to fields, and here we can see contact number, email address, last name, and first name. So instead of email address, if you scroll it down, we have organization name. So now we can see here, instead of email address, we can see the company name or the organization name, which is added within this list. If you want to display the email address as well, so select the first section, go to insert, text label, and let's make it smaller. And let's say I want this next to mobile number. Now here I'll select this section. I'll click here, and instead of organization name, I'll select email address, not this one. I'll select here. So now we have first name, last name, mobile number, email address, and the organization name. So like this, you can customize the application as per your requirement. And when the application is ready, you have done all the changes, all the customization as per your requirement. You can click save at the top right. This is the save option. Click. Give this application a name, for example, My Contact App, and click save. But this application is not yet available to the users because we haven't published this application yet. To publish an application, on the top right, you have this option that says publish. Click on this. Now on this page, we will make some changes. Click edit details. Under name, you can click edit. And if you want to change the name of this application, you can change from here. Under description, you can add a description. For example, this is an application for contacts, something like this. Then we have app icon, and under icon, if you click this drop down arrow, you will see icons that you can use for this particular app icon. And if you want, you can search for it also. For example, this is a contact list, so I can look for contact. And let's say I want this icon. So you can see this icon is changed. And if I want a different color, I can click here. And from here, I can select a different color. For example, maybe like this. And if you want to change the color of the icon, you can click here, which says icon fill. And let's say I want this black. So this is also changed. So this is how this application icon will look like on a mobile phone or on a computer. Then we have autosave. I'll leave it enabled. And then we have can be used offline. So if you want this application to be used when users are not connected to the internet, you can enable this option. You can also control display settings for your application, Copilot, updates, and once you have done all the changes, click Close, click Publish again, and here click Publish this version. So now this application is available to be used by your users. If you want to share this application with someone, click Share, and this will open Share Settings. Here you can type the name or the email address of the user with whom you want to share this application. And you can also give him co-owner permission on this particular application. With this permission, user can use the application, he can edit the content of the application, and he can share this application with other users. So let's check this option and click Share. Now on the right, you can see my mobile phone screen. I have Power Apps application installed from Play Store, and I'm logged in with this user, Concepts user, who is the administrator account, and he has Power Apps premium license assigned. So let's open this application. We can see the application here. This is the same icon that we designed while publishing the application. You can also go to all apps and you can see the application here. Let's open it and we can see the application that we just designed. So here we can see the list of all the contacts. We can see the first name, last name, mobile number, email address, organization name. Now, if I click on this contact, I can see all the details. And if I want to edit this particular contact, I can make the changes. And let's say I want to delete a particular contact. I can delete this as well. And if I make a new entry here, let's add a random email address. So we have this entry here that we just added. And if you go back to SharePoint list and click refresh, so we can see this user, test user 2 that we added from the application. So this is how you can use Power Apps with SharePoint Online to build applications using information or the data from the SharePoint site. When we create a site in SharePoint, that site is always a parent site. But there can be few scenarios where you need to create a sub-site. For example, we have a site for the IT department of our organization, which is a dedicated space for the IT team. Now, within IT department, there can be sub-departments as well, like network, server, or database. And every department of the IT team needs a dedicated space. Or there can be a scenario where each department of the organization needs a different set of permissions. They do not want to inherit the permissions from the parent site. So in this scenario, we can create sub-site for each department. By default, the sub-sites inherit the permissions from the parent site. That means the level of permissions or the groups those are applied on the parent site will be applicable to the sub-sites also. But we can break this inheritance so that we can assign different level of permissions to each site. By default, sub-site creation is disabled in SharePoint Online. To create a sub-site in SharePoint Online, you will go to Site Contents of a particular site, and within Site Contents, you will click Subsites, you will click New, and here you will see an option to create a sub-site. But as I said, this option is disabled by default. So to enable this option, you will go to SharePoint Online Admin Center. Make sure you're logged in with Global Administrator account or SharePoint Administrator. So we will go to SharePoint Admin Center. Within SharePoint Admin Center, you will click Settings, and here at the bottom, you will click Classic Settings page. And on Settings page, you will look for Subsite Creation. By default, this will be set to disable subsite creation for all sites. Apart from this, you have two other settings. You can enable subsite creation for classic sites only, or you can enable subsite creation for all site. For this demo, let's select enable subsite creation for all sites and click OK. Now let's go back to SharePoint site and let me refresh the page and click new. And now we can see option to create subsite. So let's click subsite. Now the way you create a subsite is bit different if you compare with a site creation. Under title, we will give a name to this subsite. For example, user onboarding, and you can add description as well. This site is for something like this. Now, if you look at this URL, IT is the name of our parent site, and whatever name we will type here next to IT, that will be the name for the subsite that will be created under IT site. For example, let's type onboarding. So now this will be the complete URL for this particular subsite. This is our parent site and this will be our subsite. So this complete URL is for subsite that we are going to create. Next, we are good with the language, and now here you have few templates that you can use to create a subsite. Under collaboration, you have few templates like team site, no Microsoft 365 group, team site, classic experience, and project site. But remember one thing, a subsite doesn't has a Microsoft 365 group associated. Whether you create a team site, you create a team site with classic experience, or you create a project site, this will not get a Microsoft 365 group connected. Apart from these three templates, you have enterprise templates as well that you can use to create a subsite. Then we have user permissions. Now here you can decide if this particular subsite will use the permissions, those are assigned on the parent site, or you will create a different set of permissions for this subsite. If you select use same permissions as parent site, then the subsite will have the same level of permissions. Those are assigned on the parent site. That means the subsite will inherit the permissions from the parent site. But let's select use unique permissions so that we can see how these permissions are assigned. And under navigation, we can select if we want to show the link for this site in the left navigation of the parent site, or we want to add the link of this subsite to the top navigation menu. So our parent site is a team site, so we do not have a top menu bar. This top menu bar is available in the communication sites. So we will set this option to no, and we want to see the link of this subsite in the quick launch menu on the team site. So we will select this yes. And then we have navigation inheritance, which is again for the communication site. So no changes are required here. And let's click create. So here you can see the group level permissions for this particular subsite. Because we selected use unique permissions on the previous page, that is why this wizard is asking us to create group permissions. If we would have selected use same permissions as parent site, we will not get this page. The wizard will create this site without asking for these permissions. So here you can add site visitors, you can add site members, and you can add owners of this particular subsite. So let's add few users. Let's add one user in visitors group. So to add a user, you will type the name or the email address in this box, and then you will click this icon that says check names, and the name will be resolved automatically. And let's add one user here as well. For example, Bob Ross. I'm okay with the owner, so I'm not making any changes here. So once done, click OK. So our sub-site is ready. Now, if you look at this URL, it says Office 365 Concepts, which is my tenant name, then SharePoint.com, Sites, IT, which is our parent site, and onboarding is this subsite. Now let's talk about the permissions of subsites. Let me open both parent site and subsite. So I'll remove onboarding. So this is our parent site, IT, and this is our subsite. So let's go to settings on subsite and go to site permissions and click advanced permissions settings. And here it says this website has unique permissions, and we can see these three groups. So the permissions that we assigned within these three groups, like we have added user in site visitors and we added one user in site members, these permissions are applicable to only this subsite. That means this subsite is not inheriting the permissions from the parent site. Let me show you this practically. Let's go to parent site and go to settings, site permissions. And here we see these three groups. If we expand these groups, we can see the owner is part of the Microsoft 365 group, which is connected with this particular team site. And the site member is team 1 and the site visitor is team 2. Now let's go back to subsite and let's click on members. So under members, we can see Bob Ross and concepts user. But in case of parent site, the site member is team 1. Same goes with site visitors. We have team 2. And if we go back, site visitors, and here we have team 1. So that means this subsite is not inheriting the permissions from the parent site, because when we created this subsite, we opted for use unique permissions. But if we want to break this inheritance, that means we want to use the same level of permissions, those are on the parent site, you will go back and you can click delete unique permissions. If you hover your mouse over this option, it says delete all unique permissions and inherit permissions from parent. Let's click this option and click OK. And now it says this website inherits permissions from its parent. And these are the groups, those are created on the parent site. Let me show you. Let's go to advanced permission settings. And here we can see 4 groups. These are 3 default groups: members, owners, visitors, and we have a custom group, test group. And we can see same groups here as well. So that means the subsite is now inheriting the permissions from the parent site. If you want to create a subsite that will inherit the permissions from the parent site, go to the parent site and go to home page, go to site contents, subsites, click new, and when you will create a subsite, you need to select use same permissions as parent site. So by default, this subsite will inherit the permissions from the parent site. Let me close this and Let's go back to our sub-site, go to home page. Now, if you notice on this sub-site, we do not have any option to go back to the parent site. The only way to navigate to the parent site from this sub-site is to change the URL. Like we can copy the URL till parent site, and like this, I can go to the parent site. And if you want to access the sub-site from the parent site, on the left menu, expand subsites and click user onboarding. So this is the name of our sub-site. And from parent site, we can navigate to the sub-site. But from sub-site, there is no option within the site to navigate to the parent site. So to overcome this, we can create a link within our quick launch menu on the sub-site. To create a link, you will click edit, and within this menu, somewhere click plus, and within the address, we will type the link of the parent site. And make sure this is selected to link, and then we will type the display name for this link, for example, parent site, and click OK, and click save. So now the link is created here with name parent site. Now if I click on this link, I should be redirected to the parent site. So now we are redirected to the parent site. And from parent site, if I want to go to subsite, I can expand subsites and click the subsite name, and I will be redirected to this subsite. Now let's talk about why we should avoid creating subsites and rather we should go for hub sites. We will talk about the hub sites in the next video, but for now, I'll give you a basic idea that what exactly a hub site is. So the first reason we should avoid creating subsite is, in a subsite, if you want to search for a document, you can only search within that particular subsite. You cannot search for a document from a subsite that is located on the parent site. The second reason is, in case of subsites, all these sites will have their own layout, their own branding, their own navigation menu, and their own theme. If I want to create a common layout or a common branding or a common theme for all these subsites and the parent sites, this is not possible. The third reason is, let's assume we have created few subsites for a project, and now this project is moved to somewhere else or it is moved to the another site. So we need to think about the moving all the subsites to another location, and this can be a difficult task. But in case of hub site, we can create a common branding for all these sites. We can create a common navigation, a common theme, and a common layout for all these sites. Those are connected to the hub site. Also, when multiple sites are associated with the hub site, we can search all these sites from the hub site. This becomes the centralized location for the search. So instead of creating a subsite, we should focus on hub sites. So instead of creating a subsite, we should focus on hub sites. But again, this depends on your business requirement if you want to create a subsite or a hub site. Every site that we create within SharePoint, it has its own layout, its own design, it has a unique URL, it has its own navigation and its own permissions. But sometimes we might need to navigate from one site to another, maybe to check news on that particular site or to check documents or for any other reason. Now, if you want to navigate from one site to another site, this will take a few clicks. We can create navigation links on each site so that we can navigate from one site to another. But imagine you have hundreds and thousands of sites in your organization. So creating the navigation links on each SharePoint site becomes a difficult task and it will be impractical to maintain. So this is where a hub site comes in the picture. When we register a site as a hub site, it ties all the other sites together via a common navigation. All the other sites, those are connected to a hub site, are called associated sites. All the associated sites will have a common hub navigation. All the sites will share a common branding and a common theme. Also, when the sites are associated with a hub site, you can perform search on all the sites. We will discuss all these features practically as well, and things will be more clear. So the concept behind a hub site is to maintain the site navigation on the parent site, which is the hub site, and all the other sites, those are associated sites, will inherit that navigation from the hub site. Now the question arises, why do we need a hub site? A hub site is useful when you have different departments in your organization and you want to link all those departments with a common site. Or instead of multiple clicks, you can navigate to the other sites in a single click. All the associated sites will have a common branding and theme. They will have a common navigation, and you can search for the documents or any other content in all these sites from a single place. So let's move to SharePoint Online and let's see how to manage hub sites. You should always use a communication site to use as a hub site because a hub site should be accessible by all the users. If you do not have a communication site in your tenant, you can go to SharePoint Online and click Create Site, select Communication Site, and follow the instructions to create a new communication site. I already have a communication site with name concept.com, and I will be using this particular communication site as a hub site. And I have other sites as well with name network, server, and database. All these sites are separate sites. They have their own navigation, they have their own layout, theme, and they have their own permissions as well. So my end goal is I want to connect all these three sites with this concept.com site so that all these sites will use common navigation, common search scope, and common branding and common theme. Now to register a site as a hub site, we need to go to SharePoint Online Admin Center. You cannot register a hub site from the SharePoint site. Only a SharePoint admin or a global administrator can register a site as a hub site. So let's go to Microsoft 365 Admin Center. And from here, we will go to SharePoint. On SharePoint Admin Center, you will go to Active Sites. And here you will find the site that you want to use as a hub site. So in my scenario, I'll use this site, concept.com. And if we scroll it towards right, we can see this is a communication site. So to register a site as a hub site, select the site and at the top, click Hub. And here you will click Register as Hub Site. Under Hub Name, you can type the name for the hub site. For example, My Hub. Changing the name of the hub site doesn't change the name of the actual site. This is just a hub name that we are going to change. And you can create up to 2000 hubs in SharePoint Online. Under people who can associate sites with this hub, you can specify the users who can associate these sites with this particular hub site. If you have multiple sites in your organization, you do not want to allow all the users to associate their sites with this hub site. So you can add the users here to whom you want to allow to associate or to connect their sites to this hub site. So let me add a couple of users here. and click Save. And let's close this window. Let's go back to communication site and let me refresh this page. So now at the top, you can see this hub navigation on this communication site. This navigation indicates that this particular site is a hub site. The top navigation that you see here, this will appear on every single site that will be associated with this hub site. Now let me change the theme of this site as well. Let's go to settings and go to change the look and go to theme and let's select this one and click save. Also, let me change the header as well. Let me select this one. This is good. So let's click save. So we have changed the theme of this hub site. Now, if we will associate any site with this hub site, all these sites will inherit this particular theme. Now, the second step is to associate these sites with this hub site. There are two ways you can associate a site with hub site. You can do it from the site itself, or you can go to SharePoint Admin Center. Let me show you both ways. Let's go back to SharePoint Admin Center. On SharePoint Admin Center, you will go to Active Sites, and here look for the site that you want to connect with the hub site, or you want to associate the site with the hub site. So first I'll associate database site. So I'll select the site, click hub and click associate with a hub. And under select a hub, you will select the hub name that we have created or with which we want to connect this particular site. So I'll select this one, my hub, and click save. And as we discussed earlier, you can create up to 2000 hub names in SharePoint Online. So let's close this window and let's go back to database site. So as of now, you can see this navigation at the top or this theme in blue color. But as soon as I'll click refresh, this will change. So let's click refresh. And now you can see, we can see the hub navigation at the top and we can see the theme is also changed. This theme is inherited from the hub site. And at the top, we can see our hub name. And if I click on this hub name, we will be redirected to the hub site, which is our ConceptCom communication site. Now let me show you how to associate a site from the site itself. This time, we will associate this site with name network. So let's go to settings. And before you associate a site with a hub site, you need to be the owner of that particular site. So within settings, you will go to site information and under hub site association, you will select the hub name with which you want to associate this particular site. So select the hub name and click save. And we have the same navigation and the same theme in this site as well. Now let's go to other site. We have this communication site with name server and we will be associate this site as well with our hub site. So let's go to settings and go to site information. Under hub site association, select the hub name and click save. And you can see this site has inherited the theme, the hub navigation, and we can see the hub name as well. If you want to navigate to our hub site, we can click on this hub name and we'll be redirected to our hub site. So now we have 3 SharePoint sites associated with this hub site. On every site, we can see the hub navigation and we can see the same theme. Now the next step that we need to follow is we need to create site links on this hub navigation. When you associate sites with a hub site, the links for those sites are not added to the hub site automatically. If I want to navigate from another site to a hub site, I can simply click on my hub. But if I want to navigate back to the site from the hub site, there is no as such link on the hub site. So we need to create these links manually. So to create the navigation links, we will go to the hub site. We are already on the hub site, but if you are not sure, you can click on your hub name and you will be redirected to the hub site. So to create the link, you will click add link on the navigation menu, and here you will select link, and under address, you will type the URL of your site like this and give it a name. So this is our network site, and click OK and click save. So now we have this link. If we click on network, we are redirected to the network site. And if I want to go back to the hub site, I can click my hub. So now we need to create two more links for the other two sites. So again, we will click edit, move your mouse here and click plus, and here we will type the other site link. So this is our server site, and let's create one more, and this will be our database site, and click OK, click save. So now we have three links for network, server, and database. If we click server, we are redirected to this server site. We can click network, we can redirect to network. And if we click on database, we are on the database site. So this is how you can create links within the navigation menu on hub navigation. Now, when you associate multiple sites with the hub site, you might run out of the space in the navigation bar. So you can create a mega menu. Let me show you how to do it. Go to hub site. We are already on the hub site. So click edit and click plus icon. And here you will select label and give it a name. For example, IT departments, and click OK. And we will move this label to the top, and next to each site link we will click make sublink. So we will do this for all the sites and click save. So now here you can see we have a mega menu. Instead of having multiple links on the navigation, on the hub navigation, we can create one mega menu or the label, and under that label we can create multiple navigations. Now if we go to any site like server site, or we click database, if we go to any other site, at the top we can see search this site. If I go to another site, for example server, it says search this site. If I go to network, it says same thing, search this site. That means we can search anything within this particular site. However, if you go to hub site, it says search across sites. That means from the hub site, we can search all the associated sites along with the hub site. You can search for the documents list on all these four sites from one single location. And if you go to another site, let me refresh this page. If we go to any other site, for example, server, and go to settings, change the look, click theme, So it says your site is connected to the My Hub site and is set to automatically adopt the same theme. So that means the theme of this site is being inherited from the hub site. So now we know what happens when we create a hub site and when we associate a site with the hub site. The hub navigation is inherited by all the associated sites. Every associated site will have same navigation and they will have same theme and a common search scope. You can search for the content across these sites. Now let's talk about the hub site permissions. When you create a hub site or when you associate a site with the hub site, this doesn't change the security levels of the sites. When you associate sites with a hub site, this doesn't give access to the users to all the sites those are connected to the hub site. Only the users who have a permission on this site can access these sites. For example, here I have three sites. In network site, which is a team site, I have a user Bob Ross who has member permission. And if we go to server site, which is a communication site, he do not have any permission on this particular communication site. And if we go to database, Bob Ross doesn't has any permission on database site as well. Now let me log in with Bob Ross account and let me show you how this will work. And let me copy the link of the hub site. So Bob Ross is a part of this hub site. He has member permission on the hub site. So he should be able to access the hub site and he can access it. However, let's click network and let's open server and let's open database. So let's go to network. Bob Ross has member permission on network site. He can access it, but he doesn't has any permission on server side and on database side. So it says you need permission to access this site. So that means if a user doesn't has a required permission on a particular site, he won't be able to access that site within a hub. But there is a way in SharePoint Online to sync the permissions across all the sites. To do this, you will go to the hub site and within hub site, go to settings, site permissions. Under permissions, you will click hub tab and here you see one option that says sync hub permissions to associated sites. Sync hub permissions to associated sites to ensure users can access all the sites in the hub if the site owner allows. So let's turn on this option, and as soon as you will turn on this option to sync hub permissions, you will get one more group with name hub visitors. We can add up to 10 groups here. For example, if I want everyone in this permission, so I will type everyone except external users. So now all the users of my tenant, that means internal users of my organization, have read-only permission on this hub site. But the external users who are added as a guest or B2B collaboration users will not be able to access this hub site. And if we click this site and go to advanced permission settings, here we can see 4 site groups. By default, we have 3 groups: site member, site owners, and site visitors. But as soon as you will turn on sync hub permissions, you will get one more group with name hub visitors. And if we click this group, we can see everyone is added within this group except external users. Now, when you sync hub permissions from the hub site, you need to sync these permissions on the other sites as well. The sites, those are connected with the hub site. So let's go to other sites. Let me open all the other sites. Let's close this one. So let's go to network, and once it will open, go to settings, go to site permissions, click hub and turn on this setting. So it says network is inheriting permission from my hub, which is our hub site. So same way, we will do this on other sites as well. Turn it on and we can see same permission here. And we will do same thing on the third site as well. So this is already done. We have network and we have server and we have database. Now let's understand how we can control who can associate a site with the hub site. By default, any site owner can associate his site with the hub site. But if you want to allow only particular users who can associate their sites to the hub site, there are two ways to achieve this. The first way is you will go to SharePoint Online Admin Center. Under Active Sites, select your hub site and click Hub and click Edit Hub Site Settings. And here you will see a setting, people who can associate sites with this hub. I have already added concepts user who is the admin account, and we have one account Bob Ross. So only these two users can associate their sites to this hub site. If you have multiple hub sites, you need to make the same changes in those sites as well. And the other way to restrict users from associating their sites to the hub site is to create an approval workflow. Like if someone wants to associate this site with the hub site, he will send an approval to me along with the justification, and I can either approve the request or I can reject it. So let me show you how to do it. So for that, we will go to hub site. On the hub site, go to settings and here click hub site settings. And here you need to turn this option to on that says require approval for associated sites to join. So let's turn it on, and under create a flow to require approval, click create, and you will see the entire workflow is created automatically. You do not have to create this flow manually. Everything is just automated. If you see sign in option next to SharePoint or approvals or notifications, click on sign in and log in with SharePoint administrator or the global administrator and click continue. And under approvers, you can add the admin's accounts who can approve the request. For example, I'll add my account and click create. And here you can see the flow is created, request to join a SharePoint Hub site. If we click on this link, we will be redirected to Power Automate. And here you can see the complete flow. If you click edit, you can see all the components of this particular flow. SharePoint permissions is always a hot topic whenever we talk about SharePoint. So what exactly SharePoint permissions are? In nutshell, SharePoint permissions are the way to restrict access and control anything within a particular SharePoint site. But there's a lot in SharePoint permissions to play around. SharePoint permissions are very customizable that you can control anything on any level. In SharePoint Online, there are two components that construct the SharePoint permissions: site groups and permission levels. When we create a SharePoint site, be it a team site or a communication site, by default, we get three site groups: site owners, site members, and site visitors. These groups are basically used to categorize the users. A site owner has full control over the site. He can modify the site. He can modify the site content. He can manage the permissions, and he can delete the site. The site members have edit permission on the site. A site member can edit the documents. He can upload the documents. He can edit the list items. He can delete the items. He can delete the documents, but he can't delete the site. And he can't manage the permissions and the recycle bin. Whereas a site visitor is a read-only permission. A user who is part of site visitor group, he can view the site, he can view the documents within document library, he can download the documents, but he can't make any changes within the site. So these three groups are the default groups. Those are created when we create a SharePoint site. But we can create multiple groups as per our requirement. Then we have permission levels. The permission levels are the collection of permissions. A permission level decide what exactly a user can do with a particular permission. There are five standard permission levels: full control, design, edit, contribute, and read. A user with full control permission will have full control over the site. A user who has design permission can view the site, he can customize the site, he can update the content, or he can approve the request. Similarly, a user who has edit permission, he can edit and delete list or the list items, and he can delete the documents. A user who has contribute permission, he can view the site content, he can add or update the list items, he can delete items, and he can delete the documents. And the users who have read permissions, they can view the site content and they can download the documents, but they cannot make any changes within a particular site. You can assign these permission levels to the site groups, or you can create a custom group. For example, we can create a group with name contribute, and we can assign contribute permission to this particular group, and then we can add a user within this group. We can create a separate group for site designers. Those will have only design permission on a particular site. Now, the three groups that we discussed earlier, site owners, site members, and site visitors, the site owner group has full control permission. That means the users who are part of the site owners group in a particular SharePoint site will have full control over that SharePoint site. The site members group has edit permission, and the site visitors group has read permission. Now, apart from these five standard permission levels, we can create custom permission levels, and we can assign these permission levels to the group of users. For example, we can create a permission level edit items, then we will create a group and we will assign this permission level to this group. And then we can add the users within this group, and the users will get edit items permission. Now these users can edit items within a particular list, they can edit document libraries, and they can customize the web parts within the SharePoint site. Or you can create a permission, let's say create subsite, assign that permission level to a group of users, and the users will get only the permission to create subsites. So the SharePoint permissions can be customized at any level. We can customize the SharePoint permissions as per our business requirements. Apart from the groups and permission levels, there are a lot of other things in SharePoint permissions to talk about. And we will discuss all these topics in detail in upcoming videos. But for now, I want to talk about permission inheritance. So what is permission inheritance? By default, a SharePoint site, list, and document libraries inherit the same level of permissions those are assigned on the site level. That means if a user has owner permission on a site or he is a part of site owner group, that user will have honor permission on that particular SharePoint site. He will have honor permission on the list items as well. He will have honor permission on the document library, and he will have honor permission on the files and the folders within the document library. Likewise, if a user is part of site member group, he will have edit permission on the site. He will have edit permission on the list and the items within the list. And he will have edit permission on the document library and the files and folders within that document library. So this is called permission inheritance. The permissions, those are defined on the site level, are being used by the list and the document libraries of that particular SharePoint site. But in SharePoint, we can break this inheritance. Let's assume we have a user who is part of site owner group of a particular site. That means this user has owner permission on the complete site. And by default, he will have owner permission on the list and the document libraries of this site. But my requirement is I do not want to give him owner permission on the document libraries. I want to give him view only permission on the document libraries of this site. So in this scenario, we will break the permission inheritance between the site and the document library. We will use unique permissions on the document library. So this way, this user will have owner permission on the site. He will have owner permission on the list, but he will have view only permission on the document library of this site. He can modify the site content. He can delete the site. He can modify the list and the items of the list, but he will not be able to modify anything within the document library. Apart from this, we can further break the inheritance between a site, a list, and its items. Let's assume we have a user who has owner permission on a list, but we can assign him edit permission on the list items. Or if a user is part of site members group, he has edit permission on a document library. We can assign him view only permission on the folders or the files within a folder. So this is also possible in SharePoint Online. So when a site list or a document library is using the same set of permissions, those are defined on the site level. This is called permission inheritance. And when we have unique permissions assigned on the list or the document library, this is called breaking the permission inheritance. So now let's move to the SharePoint site and let's see how to manage SharePoint Online site permissions. Before we dive deep into the permissions or before we learn how to manage the permissions in SharePoint, let's get a basic understanding of the SharePoint permissions. So this is a communication site. If you go to settings of this site and you click site permissions, here we can see three default groups: site owners, site members, and site visitors. Every SharePoint site that we create, be it a team site or a communication site, every site has these three groups. Now, if I expand these groups, we can see concepts user who is currently logged in is the owner of this particular communication site. We do not have any member within this site, and we do not have any user added as site visitors. Now, if I go to document library of this particular site, and within document library, if I go to settings, library settings, more library settings, and click permissions for this document library, we can see same groups here. And here it says this library inherits permissions from its parent. That means this document library is inheriting the permissions from this site. And if I click honor group, we can see the same user is added within the honor group. And we do not have any user in members. and we do not have any user within the visitors group as well. Now you might be thinking the groups that we see here, it says site owners, site members, and site visitors. But the groups that we see here, it says news members, news owners, and news visitors. So all these groups are the same groups that we see here, or the groups that we see on the site level. If you go to advanced permission settings of this particular site, you can see the same name of the groups: news members, news owners, and news visitors. So basically, the groups, those are created in the backend by SharePoint Online. These groups are created with the name of your SharePoint site. For example, my SharePoint site name is news, and if I click settings, site permissions, these groups will be site owners, site members, and site visitors. But at the backend, if you go to advanced permission settings, or you go to any permission settings in the classic view, in that view, you will see the groups with name of your SharePoint site. So the groups that you see here and the groups that you see in the site permissions are same. This is done so that the groups can be easily identified basis on a particular site. Likewise, if I go to another site, which is a team site, and if I click settings, site permissions, we can see same groups here as well: site owners, site members, and site visitors. But if I go to advanced permission settings on this team site, we can see the three groups, but the name of the group is finance members, because the name of my site is finance. So at the site level or in the front end, we will see site owners, site members, and site visitors groups. But at the background or within the classic view of SharePoint permissions or within advanced permission settings, we will see site name members, site name owners, and site name visitors. Before we start managing permissions on a SharePoint site, we need to first understand what type of SharePoint site we are working on, because depending on the site type, we manage the permissions differently. Let me show you this practically what we are talking about. Let's click Create Site. In SharePoint Online, we have two types of sites: team site and communication site. And for both these sites, we manage permissions differently. First, you need to understand the difference between communication site and a team site. A communication site is used for one-way communication. A communication site is used to share the information with the users, whereas a team site is used for collaboration. When you create a team site, you get Microsoft 365 group associated with that particular site. This Microsoft 365 group has a mailbox, it has a calendar. We can associate Microsoft Team with this group, and we can associate this group with Planner. The membership of a team site is managed from the Microsoft 365 group that is associated with the team site. So the idea behind this is the users who are part of this Microsoft 365 group, they will automatically get access to the group's mailbox, group's calendar. They will get access to the team that is connected with the group, the planner that is connected with this group, and they will get access to the SharePoint team site that is connected to this group. Whether you use these applications or not, by default, if a user is added within this group, he will get access to all these applications. So basically, the idea is you do not have to manage the permissions on these applications, those are associated with the group. Or you do not manage the permissions on the team site. You will be managing the permissions on the Microsoft 365 group. And once you become the member of this group, by default, you will get access to all the applications those are connected with this group along with the SharePoint Teams site. But in case of a communication site doesn't has a Microsoft 365 group associated, and the permissions for the communication site are managed from the site itself. Now let me show you how permissions work in a communication site. So this is a communication site, and you can easily identify if this is a team site or a communication site. In communication site, we do not see the group type and we do not see the number of members because the communication site doesn't has a group associated. So to manage the permissions for a communication site, you can click Site Access at the top right. And here you can see the site groups, site owners, site members, and site visitors. If you expand these groups, you can see this user is part of site owners group, so he has full control over this site. We do not have any user under site members and site visitors. Apart from this, you can also go to settings and then go to site permissions, and you can see same three groups here, and you can see this user is part of site owners group, and we do not have any user as of now under site members and site visitors. Now, if you want to add someone within these groups or you want to assign permission to a user over this site, so you can click Share Site, and here you will type the name of the user, for example, Bob Ross. And if you click on this drop down arrow, either you can assign him read permission, or you can give him full control over this site, or you can assign him edit permission. If you give read permission to Bob Ross, he will be added under Site Visitors group. If you give him full control, Bob Ross will be added under Site Owners group of this site. And if you give him edit permission, he will be added under Site Members group. So let's say we want to assign him edit permission. So let's click Edit and click Add. And let's expand Site Members. And we can see Bob Ross is now a member of this site. If you want to add someone in Site Visitors group, so click Share Site, and here let's add a user and give him read permission and click Add. And we can see Team 1 is added under Site Visitors group, and he has read permission over this site. Now let's say you want to give read-only permission to all the users of your organization on this particular site. In SharePoint, we have two default groups. If you go to Advanced Permission Settings, and let's click on any group and go back to Groups. Here we can see everyone and everyone except external users. Everyone group includes all the users of your tenant, including the guest users. But the other group, everyone except external users, this group includes all the users of your tenant, excluding the guest users. So let's say I want to add everyone under this site with read-only permission, but I do not want to add guest users, or I do not want to give read-only permission to guest users. So we will click Share Site, and here we will type everyone, and we can select this group, everyone except external users, and we will give read permission and click Add. And we can see everyone except external users are added under this particular site, and they have read-only permission. Now, apart from this interface, you can manage these permissions from here also. Let's go to Advanced Permission Settings. And here we can see the same three groups: site members, site owners, and site visitors. As we discussed in the previous video, the groups that you see on the site level, these groups will be site owners, site members, and site visitors. But if you will go to Advanced Permission Settings, here you will see same groups, but Instead of site, this will show your site name. In my case, my site name is news. So under advanced permission settings, the group's name will start with news. So to manage permissions from advanced permission settings, if I click news members, which is the site members group, I can see Bob Ross is part of this group. And under visitors, we have team 1 and everyone except external users. Now, if you want to add someone within this site permission from advanced permission settings, you will click on the group and at the top, you will click new, add users. And here you will look for the name and click share. And we can see team 2 is added under site visitors group. Same way, if I want to add someone in honors group, site honors group, so I'll click new. First, I'll click on the group and I'll click new. Here, I'll search for the name and you can simply click share and that particular user will be added within honors group. And same way, if I want to add someone in members group, I can click new, add users. And let's say I want to add Peter Smith, click share. So now Peter Smith also has added permission on this particular site. So either you can manage the permissions from advanced permission settings, or you can go to settings and site permissions, and you can manage the permissions from here as well. So this is how you manage permissions on a communication site. This is very simple and straightforward to manage site permissions on a communication site. Now let me show you how to manage permissions on a team site. This is a team site. At the top right, we can see this team is connected to a private group and we can see the number of members. And if we click on these members, we can see concepts user is the owner of this site and Bob Ross has added permission on this site. And if we go to settings, site permissions, and expand these groups, so under site owners, we do not see the name of the user. And under site members, we do not see the name of Bob Ross. This is the name of the Microsoft 365 group that is connected to this particular site. But if you click on this, it says this is a private group. It has 2 members and we can see concepts user and Bob Ross are part of this particular group. And if I move my mouse here, so it says we have 2 members. So concepts user is owner and Bob Ross is member. So basically the name of this team site is finance and the Microsoft 365 group that is connected with this site is also finance. Let's go to Microsoft 365 Admin Center. And here, go to Teams and Groups and click Active Teams and Groups. And here we see a 365 group with name Finance. And let's go to Membership. Under Honors, we can see Concepts User is added. And under Members, we can see Bob Ross is added. So to manage the permissions on a team site, you will click Members and click Add Members. Here, look for a user, for example, Peter Smith. And if you click this drop-down arrow, here we can see only 2 permissions, member and owner. But in case of communication site, if I go to settings, site permissions, and if I add someone here, let's say this user, in communication site, we have 3 permissions, read, full control, edit. But in team site, we have only 2, member, and owner. Let's say I want to make Peter Smith member of this site. So I'll select member and click save. Now here we can see concepts user is owner, Bob Ross is member, and Peter Smith is also member. Now if you go back to the group and let me refresh. So let's go to members and we can see Peter Smith is added within this Microsoft 365 group. So now Peter Smith also has access to all the applications. Those are connected with this particular group. Now in a team site, you cannot add a visitor from this site. That means you can't give read permission to someone from this site. For example, like we discussed earlier, if I add a user, we can only see two permissions, member and owner. You cannot give read permission to someone from the team site itself. So if you want to add someone under site visitors group or you want to give read permission to someone on a team site, you will go to Microsoft 365 group that is connected to the team site. Then you will click site visitors and click add site visitors. And here you can search for the user and then click add. So this way you can add someone under site visitors group in a team site. Let's go to membership, site visitors. We can see team 2 is added under site visitors and let's refresh the page. Let's go to settings, site permissions, and here we can see team 2 user has read-only permission on this particular site. So the bottom line is, for a communication site, we manage the permissions from the site itself, and for a team site, we manage the permissions from the Microsoft 365 group that is connected to the team site. Now we have talked about how to manage site permissions on a team site that is connected to Microsoft 365 group. And we have also discussed how to manage site permissions on a communication site. There is another type of team site in SharePoint that doesn't has a Microsoft 365 group associated, but only a SharePoint administrator or a global administrator can create this team site. You can create this team site only from SharePoint Online Admin Center. So let's go to SharePoint Admin Center. Under SharePoint Admin Center, go to Active Sites and here click Create. Now, if you click Team Site, this will create a team site that will have a Microsoft 365 group associated. And if you click here, you will create a communication site. But to create a team site that doesn't has a group connected, you will click Browse More Sites at the bottom. Make sure choose a template is selected to team site, and here you will give a name to the site, and under primary administrator, let me type the SharePoint administrator and click next. We are good with the language, no changes are required here, and click create site. So this is our new site, HR Collab, and if we go to right, it says team site, no Microsoft 365 group. So let's open this site. So you can see this is a team site. On the left, you can see this navigation bar that is available only within a team site. But at the top right, we do not see the group information, we do not see the group type, and we do not see the number of members. So to manage the permissions on a team site that is not connected to a Microsoft 365 group, you will click Site Access. You can see same group, site owners, site members, site visitors. If you want to add someone, look for the user. You can give him read permission, full control, or edit. Let's say I want to give edit permission to Bob Ross. Click Share. And we can see Bob Ross is added under site members group. Same way, if you want to add someone under site visitors group, type the username and give him read permission. Click share, go to site access, and we can see this user has read only permission on this particular site. And similarly, we can go to settings, site permissions. We can click share site, and we can add a user from here also. Let's say I want to give him edit permission, click add. So we have this user under site members. And if we go to advanced permission settings, we can see site groups. And here you can see his site name is HR Collab. And let's go to site permissions, advanced permission settings. And here we can see the site groups are starting with HR Collab, which is the name of the site. And then we have members, owners, and visitors. If we click members, we can see the users here. If you want to add someone within this group under members group, we can click new. And here you will type the name of the user and click share. Same way, if you want to add someone under site visitors, you will click new, type the name of the user and click share. So the permissions on this type of site are similar to the communication site. As we discussed earlier, the permissions of a team site that is connected to a group are managed on the group level. When we add a user in a team site, that user gets added within the Microsoft 365 group that is connected with the team site. And when we give permission to a user on the group level, that user gets access to all the applications. Those are connected with that group, and that is by default. But you can come across a scenario where you want to add a user only within the team site. That means the user should have access only to the team site and not to the other applications those are associated with this group. So basically, we want to bypass the Microsoft 365 group membership. We want to add a user within the team site permissions and not to the Microsoft 365 group. So this is a team site. You can see this team site is connected to a group, and we can see the number of members. If I click here on number of members, and if I add someone from here, that particular user will be added within this site, as well as he will be added within the group that is connected to this site. And we do not want to do that. So instead of this, we will go to settings, site permissions, and click add members. Now here you see two options: add members to group, share site only. If I select add members to group, that means if I add a user from here, that user will be added within this site, as well as he will be added within the group. But if I want to add someone only to this site and not to the group, I'll select share site only. And now if I add someone from here, let's say team 2, click add and expand site members. We can see team 2 has added permission on this particular site. However, if I go back to teams and groups, and let's open finance, membership, members, I do not see this team 2 user here because we have added this user on the site level. This user is not added within the Microsoft 365 group. So this user has added permission on the SharePoint site only. This user is not added in the group, so he doesn't has any permission on the group level, and he doesn't has any permission on the applications those are connected to the group. So this user can access the site He can read the documents on this site. He can edit the site content, but he can't access Microsoft Teams that is connected to this site. He can't access the group mailbox, group calendar, or the site planner. So this is how you can bypass Microsoft 365 group membership while assigning site permissions in a team site. Now let's understand how to remove users properly from the site permissions. In a communication site, if you want to remove a user, you will go to Site Access. You can expand the groups. We can see the number of users added under site members, site visitors. Let's say I want to remove team 1 from site visitors group. I'll click on this drop down arrow, click on remove, and that's it. The user is removed. If I want to remove Peter Smith from here, I can click remove, and this user is removed from the site members group. Apart from this, you can go to settings, site permissions. You can remove the users from here also. You can click remove, or you can go to advanced permission settings. And let's say I want to remove a user from this group, from visitors group. I'll open the group, and let's say I want to remove this user, team 2. I'll select the user, go to actions, and click remove users from group. Click OK, and this user is removed. If I want to remove this group, everyone except external users, select the group, click actions, and click remove users from group. Click OK, and this group is removed from visitors group. Same way, if you want to remove someone from the members group, click on the group, select the user, click on actions, and click remove users from group. This particular user will be removed from site members group. As we discussed earlier, a communication site doesn't has a group associated. So if you remove any user from here or from the site permissions, that user will be removed from this site. But in case of a team site, this is quite different. In a team site, if you go to settings, site permissions, expand the groups. Now, if I click here under edit for the group level permission, I do not see remove permission. But if I click for this user, because this user is added on the site level, if I click here, I can remove this user from here. But remember one thing, team 2 user has added permission on this site only. He is not added on the group level. So if I remove this user from here, this will be removed from this site. Same way, this user has read-only permission on the site level. That is why we can see his name. But for other users who are added on the group level, we do not see their names. But if we click here, then we can see the name of these users. Now, if I want to remove this user from here, I can simply click on remove. So this user will be removed from the site permission. But for the other users who are added on the group level, we can see the name of the Microsoft 365 group instead of their names, because the membership of a team site is derived from the Microsoft 365 group. Now, if I go to advanced permission settings, and if I click site members group, I do not see the name of the users. I can only see the name of the group. That means all the users who are added as members in Microsoft 365 group are part of this site group. If you go to Microsoft 365 Admin Center, and this is the group for our site, finance. So here we can see we have these users under members. Under honors, we have concepts user. Now, if we go to settings and site permissions, advanced permission settings. So if I remove a group, let's say from site members, if I remove this particular group, so all the users who are part of this group should be removed. But that is not the case. Let's remove this group first. Select the group and click remove users from the group. Click OK. So the group is removed. So now we have site members group, but inside this group there is no one. So this group is removed from the site members group. But if I go to home page and if we go to settings, site permissions, if we expand site members, we see there is nothing. However, if you go to Microsoft 365 group, let me refresh and go to members, we can still see Bob Ross, concepts user, Peter Smith. These three users still have member permission on the group. So the concept behind this is when you remove a user from a team site or when you remove a group from the team site groups, that group is removed from the site itself. This is not removed from the Microsoft 365 group. If I go back to team site and if I go to site permissions, advanced permission settings, and click site members group, and if I add a user here, let's say, let me add this user and I'll click share. We can see this user is added under site members group. And if we go to settings for this particular site and go to site permissions, site members, we can see this user is added and he has added permission. However, if I go back to the group, let me refresh members, we do not see this user here. So in a team site, there are two types of memberships. One is site membership and the other one is Microsoft 365 group membership. If you remove a user from the site level in a team site, that user is removed from the site only. Or if you add a user or a group in the site groups, that user is added on the site level. So to remove a user from the Microsoft 365 group, you can go to Microsoft 365 group, go to membership and select the user and click remove as member. Click remove and this user is removed from the group level permissions. The other way to remove a user from the group is you can go to team site and at the top right you see number of members. Click on this. Here you will see the number of users. Click on this permission drop down arrow and click remove from group. So now Bob Ross is removed from the team site as well as he is removed from the group that is connected to this team site. Let's go back. Let me refresh. And we do not see Bob Ross here. So this is how you can remove a user from the team site. So this is how you remove users from the team sites and from communication sites. Before we start talking about advanced permission settings, I would suggest you to go through the previous videos where we have talked about site permissions. So let's talk about advanced permission settings. Advanced permission settings are available on both team site and a communication site. This is a communication site, and to access advanced permission settings, you will go to settings and you will go to site permissions and then you will click advanced permission settings. And if you want to access advanced permission settings on a team site, the process will remain same. You will go to settings, site permissions, and click advanced permission settings. We have already gone through this wizard when we talked about the site groups. But in this demo, we will explore all these options that you can see under advanced permission settings. So the first option is grant permissions. This option is used to assign permissions to a user or to a group of users. If you want to add a user in one of these site groups, select the group and then click Grant Permissions. And here, look for the user, for example, Team2, and click Share. And if we click this group, we can see this user is added under Site Members group. And if I want to add another user, I can simply click on New, click Add Users, and here I'll type the name of the user, click Share, and this user is added. Or you can select the group where you want to add a user. Let's say I want to add a user under Site Visitors group. I'll select the group and click Grant Permissions. Search for the user here, for example, Team1, and click Share. And let's open the group, and we can see this user is added under Site Visitors group. Now, one thing that you need to be aware of is if you add a user or group from here, that user will be added on the site level. These users are added within the site. They are not added to Microsoft 365 group that is associated with this theme site. If we go to Home and click Settings, when it comes up, go to Site Permissions. Now we added couple of users under Site Members. Now here we can see the name of this user. We can see the name of this user as well. But for the other users, we do not see their name. We can see the name of the Microsoft 365 group. And if I go to Visitors, I can see the user name here as well. Now, if I go to Microsoft 365 Admin Center and go to Teams and Groups, Active Teams, and our site name is Concepts. So this is the group. Go to Membership, Members. We do not see these two users here, Concepts and Team2. These two users are not here. Let's go back to SharePoint site and go to Advanced Permission Settings. Now, if you do not want to add a user within these three site groups, like you can see here, if you add any user under Site Members group, he will get edit permission on this site. If we add any user under Site Owners group, he will get full control over this particular site. And if we add any user within Visitors group, he will get read-only permission on this site. But let's say you want to assign a different permission level to a user. So you will click Grant Permissions, and here you will click Show Options. And from here, you can select other permission levels that you want to assign to a user. For example, I want to give contribute permission to a user. So I'll select contribute. Here, I'll type a user, for example, this user, and click share. And let me refresh. So now this user has contribute permission on this site. If you want to assign a different level of permission, go to Grant Permissions, and let's type a username here. For example, this one, and click Show Options. Let's say I want to give him design permission on this particular site. So from permission level, I'll select Design and click Share. Click Refresh. Now this user has design permission on this site, and this user has contribute permission on this particular team site. Now again, these users are added on the site level. This user has contribute permission on this site, and this user has design permission on this site. These two users are not added within the Microsoft 365 group. Then we have create group. Like here we can see three site groups, site members, owners, and visitors. Likewise, we can create a custom group within the site permissions. Click create group. Let's give it a name. For example, contributors. You can add description also. For example, this group is to assign contribute permissions. And then we have group owner. Group owner is basically he can manage this group. He can add or remove users within this group, and he can add or remove permissions from this group. The user who will create this group will be added automatically within this group. Also, you can add only one user as group owner. If you want to add multiple users under group owner, you can create a security group, add users within that security group, and add the security group here. Next is group settings. This basically asks us who can view the membership of the group members or everyone. And then we have who can edit the membership of the group owner or group members. So let's leave these settings default. And then we have membership request. Here you can allow the users to join and leave this group automatically or not. Also, if I click yes, this will enable this setting, and this will ask you if a user is requesting to join this group, that request should be auto approved or it should go to an approver. And you can see as of now, this user, the admin account is added as an approver. So any request will go to this user. And then we can assign permissions on this particular group. You can assign full control, design, edit, contribute, or read. So let's select contribute and click create. So the group is created. On the left, you can see the group name, and we can see the name of the owner who is added within this group. If you go back, we can see, let me refresh the page. We can see site members, site owners, site visitors, and now we have contributors group. And it says under permission levels that this group has contribute permission. Now, if you want to add a user within this group, select the group, click grant permissions, or you can open the group and here you will click new, add users, search for the user and click share. So this way you can add multiple users within the group. Let's go back. Then we have edit user permissions. This option is used to modify the permission level for a user or for a group. But if you notice, as of now, this option is grayed out. If I select site members group or site owners group or even site visitors group, this option remains grayed out because we cannot modify the permission level for the default site groups. These three site groups, site members, owners, and visitors, these are the default site groups. We know if we add any user within site members group, he will get edit permission. If we add any user within owners group, he will get full control on this site. And if we add any user within visitors group, he will get read permission. So you can't modify the permission level for these three site groups. However, if I select contributors, you can see this option is now accessible. Even if I select this user or this user, this and this, these two options become accessible. Now let's say I want to modify the permission level for this user. As of now, he has design permission on this site, but I want to change this permission level. So I'll select the user and then click edit user permissions. And from here, I can either give him read permission, contribute, edit, or full control. Let's say I want to give him read permission. So click OK. And now this user has read permission. If I want to change permission level for this group, select the group, click edit user permissions. So as of now, contribute permission is assigned on this group. Let's say I want to assign design permission. So click OK. Now all the users who are part of this particular group will get design permission. And then we have remove user permissions. This option is also available for the custom groups. If I select any of these groups, this option will remain grayed out. But if I select this user or this user or this group, this option becomes accessible. So this option is used to remove permissions from a group or from a user. Let's say I want to remove permission for this user. So I'll select the user and I'll click remove user permissions, click OK, and this user will be removed. Similarly, if I want to remove this group and all the users within this group, I'll select the group and click remove user permissions and click OK. And now this group is removed. However, the group that we just deleted, this group is not deleted permanently. This group is removed from this particular site, but this is available at the backend. If you click any group, let's say this one, and click more, we can see this group here, contributors. Now let's say we want to use the same group again. So we will go back and we will click grant permissions. And here we will look for contributors group. Select the group and click show options. Select contribute and click share. Let me refresh. So we have the group back. Let's open the group and we can see the user is added. Let's go back. Now the next option is check permissions. This option is used to check permissions of a user or a group of users on a particular site. For example, let's click this and let's say I want to see the permissions of concepts user. So let's select the user and click check now. So it says this user has edit permission on this particular site and he is part of site members group. Same way, if I want to check the permissions for a group, let's say contributors, check now. So it says it has contribute permission and this is assigned directly. So that means it is a group itself and contribute permission is assigned on the group level. Now remember one thing, this option will show the permissions on this particular site only. If a user has permissions on another site as well, you need to go to the other site to check the permissions. This wizard will show the permissions for this particular site only. Now the next option is permission levels. We will talk about permissions levels in detail in one of the next videos. And then we have access request settings. These settings are used to manage the access request. If you go to home page of this site and go to settings, site permissions, under site sharing, click change how members can share. Now here you see access request. This option is used to send access requests to the site owners or any other user that is added as approver. For example, I have a user logged in here and this user doesn't has any permission on this particular site. So if he will try to open this site, let me copy the link and go to this browser. So it says you need permission to access this site. Now this user can request the access. He can click request access. The request will go to approval. Now if you go back to this site and go back to this setting, so it says the approver is concepts owner and the user with which I'm logged in right now, he is the owner of this site. So let's go to his mailbox And we can see we have received one notification here. So it says test user wants to access concepts. This is the name of this site. Now from here, the owner of this site can either approve the request or he can decline the request. Also, if we approve this request, he can give him edit permission on this site or he can give him read permission on this site. If I select edit, this user will be added under site members group of this site. And if I select read and I click approve, this user will be added under site visitors group. So let's say I want to give him read permission on this site. So select read and click approve. Now let's go back and let me close this. Type the site name again. So now this user can access this site. And if we go back to the site permissions and click back, expand site visitors. Let me refresh the page. And we will go to settings, site permissions. So we can see test user is added under site visitors group and he has read permission. So let's go back to advanced permission settings and click access request settings. So from here we can decide if we want to allow the members of this site to share this site and the files and folders of this site with other users, or we want to allow the site members to invite other users to this site as members. We can modify to whom we want to send access request notifications. By default, these notifications are sent to the site owners, but we can select this option and we can add the email address of another user, maybe of a SharePoint admin or a global administrator, to whom we want to send the notifications. So this is all about access request settings. And then we have site collection administrators. This option tells us who are the site collection administrators for this particular site. A site collection administrator has full control on a particular site. By default, the site owners group will be added as site collection administrators. That means all the users who are part of the site owners group are the site collection administrators. But we can add a user as a site collection administrator. For example, if I type a username here, for example, this user or this user, and if I click OK, so the users who are added within honors group along with these users, Bob Ross and this user will also be a site collection administrator for this particular site. So this is all about advanced permission settings. In the next video, we will talk about permission levels. We will learn how to create permission levels and how to assign permission levels. So what are permission levels in SharePoint? In nutshell, permission levels are a set of permissions that decide what exactly a user can do within a SharePoint site. If you go to settings and we go to site permissions, advanced permission settings, you will find these permission levels on both team site and communication site. Now within advanced permission settings, click permission levels. Now here you can see these default permission levels that we can use to assign permissions within a SharePoint site. So if a user has full control permission level, he can do anything and everything within this particular site. Full control is basically the owner of the site. He can create pages, he can manage the permissions, he can delete the site, and he can manage the recycle bin as well. And similarly, we have other permission levels that decide what exactly a user can do if a particular permission level is assigned to a user. But if I click on any permission level, It tells us what all permissions are assigned within this permission level. Under list permissions, we can see what a user can do with this permission within a site list or a document library. And then we have site permissions. It tells us that if a user has full control permission level, what sort of activities he can do on the site level. And then we have personal permissions like manage personal views, add or remove personal web parts, and update personal web parts. Likewise, if I go back and if I click any other permission level, for example, edit, we can see most of the permissions are unchecked under this permission level. For example, a user who has edit permission level or a user who is part of site members group under this particular site, he can't approve items, he can't manage permissions, he can't create subsites, and like this you can see the permissions, those are unchecked. This particular user who has added permission level, he can't perform these activities on this particular site. So these permission levels decide what exactly a user can do within a site. And these are the default permission levels that we can use to assign to the users. But you can come across a requirement that you want to assign a different level of permissions to a user. For example, if we look at the contribute permission, any user who has contribute permission level, he can add items within the list or document library. He can edit items, he can delete items, he can view the items, or he can delete the versions. On site level, he can browse directories, he can view pages. But let's assume my requirement is I want to assign a permission level to a user where he can view the items, he can add the items as well, but he cannot update or he can't delete the items. Now, either I can modify this permission level, I can uncheck the permissions that I want to remove from contribute permission level, or I can create a new permission level with the required permissions. And the best way is to create a new permission level instead of modifying the existing permission level. So to create a custom permission level, you will go to advanced permission settings, you will go to permission levels, and under permission levels, you will click add a permission level. Under name, you will type a name for this permission level that you're going to create. For example, I want to create a permission level for contributors, but they will not have access to deletion, to delete an item, or to update an item. And under description, we will type a description for this permission level so that any site owner of this particular site is aware that what exactly this permission level is. So let's add something like can view, can add, but can't update or can't delete items or documents. And under list permissions, we will give permission add items and view items. And under site permissions, we will add view pages. It is already added. And let's leave open as well. That's it. Let's click create. So now we have another permission level with name contribute with no deletion or update. And under description, it says can view, can add, but can't update or can't delete items or documents. So any site owner can easily identify what exactly this permission level is. There is another way to create a permission level where you can clone an existing permission level. For example, let's open contribute permission level, scroll it down and click copy permission level. Now this will create a copy of contribute permission level. We can see all the permissions here. those are available within contribute permission level. Now, if I want, I can uncheck the permissions that I do not want to add within this permission level. For example, I want to uncheck delete items and delete versions. And here we will give it a name. For example, contribute with no deletion. And let's type same thing in description and click create. So this way you can clone an existing permission level. Now let's see how to assign this permission level to a user or to a group of users. Let me open another tab and let's go to settings. When it comes up, site permissions, advanced permission settings. Now the default site groups that we have here, like site members, site owners, and site visitors, you cannot assign custom permission levels to these groups, or you can't change the permission level of these three site groups. By default, the site owners group will have full control permission level. The site members will have edit permission level, and site visitors will have read permission level. So you can't change permission level for these three groups. If you select any one of these groups, for example, site members, at the top you see edit user permissions and remove user permissions is grayed out. If I select site owners, these two options are still grayed out. If I select site visitors, these are again grayed out. However, if I select this custom group contributors that we have created in one of the previous videos, these two options, edit user permissions and remove user permissions, these are now accessible. Likewise, if I select this user account, these two options are accessible. So if we want to modify the permission level of an existing group, select the group and click Edit User Permissions. So as of now, this contributors group has contribute permission level. But let's say I want to give read permission to this group and to all the users who are added within this group. So I can change the permission level from here. So select the permission level and click OK. And now this contributors group has read permission level. Similarly, if I want to change the permission level for this user, I'll select the user, click edit user permissions, and let's say I want to give him this permission level that we have created manually. So I'll select the permission level and click OK. So now this user has contribute with no deletion permission level. Now let's assume we want to create a group and we want to assign a custom permission level to that group. So we will click create group and let's give it a name test, same under description, and no changes required here. So here, let's say I want to select this custom permission level, contribute with no deletion or update. So I'll select the permission level and click create. So now we have, let's go back. So let me refresh. So now we have this group with name test. This group has contribute with no deletion or update permission level. Now, if I want to add a user within this group, I'll go to this group, open the group, click new, and here I'll type the username, select the user, and click share. Now, let's say I want to give permission to a user on this particular site, and I want to assign this particular permission level to that particular user. So I'll go to advanced permission settings, and here I'll click grant permissions. And let's say I want to add this user, and we will click show options. If we click drop down arrow, we will see all the permission levels, including the custom that we have just created. So let's say I want to select this permission level. I want to give this permission level to this user. So I'll select the permission level and click share. And let me refresh. So now this user has this permission level. Now, if I go to document library within the same site, and if I go to settings, library settings, more library settings, and here click permissions for this document library. Here we can see all the groups, the default site groups and the custom groups that we have created on the site level, and two users who are added on the site level, like you can see here, because this particular document library is inheriting the permissions from this site. And if I go to a list, for example, I have this list within this site. So let's go to settings, list settings, and here permissions for this list. Under list permissions, we do not see the groups that we have on the site level or on the document library level, because this particular list has unique permissions. That means we have already broken the permission inheritance between the site and this particular list. If I click here, delete unique permissions, we will talk about this in one of the next videos. So this is just to break the inheritance or remove the inheritance. So if I click delete unique permissions, click OK. So now we see all the groups and the users, because now this list is also inheriting the permissions from this site. Now, one thing that you should be aware of is the permission levels that we create in a particular SharePoint site. These permission levels will not replicate to another SharePoint site. That means the permission levels that we will create in a particular site will not reflect in other SharePoint site in your tenant. For example, in this particular site, I have these permission levels. And if I go to another site, let's say this one, this is also a team site. So if I go to settings, site permissions, advanced permission settings, click permission levels. Here we have only the default permission levels. We do not see the permission levels that we have created on this particular site. These two permission levels are not available within this site. So the permission levels that you will create on a particular site will not reflect on another site. If you want to create permission levels on another site, you need to go to that site as a site owner or SharePoint admin or global admin, and you need to create separate permission levels on another SharePoint site. So this is how you can manage the permission levels in SharePoint Online. So what is permission inheritance? By default, a SharePoint site, list, and document libraries inherit the same level of permissions those are assigned on the site level. That means if a user is a part of site owners group of SharePoint site, that user will have owner permission on that particular SharePoint site. He will have owner permission on the list on list items. He will have owner permission on the document library, and he will have owner permission on the files and the folders within the document library. Likewise, if a user is part of site members group, he will have edit permission on the site. He will have edit permission on the list and the list items, and he will have edit permission on the document library and the files and folders within the document library. So this is called permission inheritance. The permissions, those are defined on the site level, are being used by the site list and the document libraries of that SharePoint site. So to understand the permission inheritance, let's go to settings. You can check permission inheritance on both team site and a communication site. This is a team site. So let's go to settings, site permissions, and go to advanced permission settings. And here we can see three default site groups: site members, site owners, and site visitors. And we have two custom groups that we created in one of the previous videos. And we have two users who have these permissions on this particular SharePoint site. Now, if I go to document library within this SharePoint site and we go to settings, library settings, more library settings, and permissions for this document library, we can see same set of default site groups. We can see two custom groups, and we can see two users who have same level of permission on the document library as well. And here it says this library inherits permissions from its parent. So that means the level of permissions those are assigned on the site level are being inherited by this document library. And if I go to list within this SharePoint site, go to settings, list settings, and permissions for this list. Here as well, we can see same set of three site groups, default site groups. We have two custom groups and we have two users. And here it says this list inherits permissions from its parent. That means the permissions are being inherited from the site level. Now, if you notice, on site level permissions, we have these two options: edit user permissions and remove user permissions. But if we go to document library permissions or site permissions, we do not see these two options here. But at the top left, we have this option, manage parent. So as soon as I'll click on this option, if you will notice here in the URL, I will be redirected to the site level permissions. So let's click here and you can see we are redirected to this site and these are the site level permissions. So that means as of now, this library and this list are inheriting permissions from this site. So we are not allowed to make any changes within the permissions from document permissions, from document library permissions, or from list permissions. Any changes that we will have to make within the permissions, we will have to make it here. Now let me add one user on the site level permissions. Click grant permissions and let's add this user and let's give him edit permission. Click share. Let's refresh. So this user is added with edit permission. This is the site level permission. Now let's go to document library permissions. We do not see this user, but let's refresh the page and we can see the user here. This user also has edit permission on this document library, and within list permissions, we have the user as well. So this user has edit permission on the site. He has edit permission on the document library, and he has edit permission on the list. Same way, if I add a group on the site level permissions, let's say test group, and let's give it design permission. Click create. So we have the group ready. Let me refresh the page. So we have the group here, test group with design permission. So as document library and list are inheriting the permissions, so as soon as I'll refresh the page, we will see this group here. And same goes with list permissions. We can see the group here as well. So this is called permission inheritance. Now, sometimes we can come across a scenario where we want to break this inheritance. Let's assume we have a user who is part of site owners group of a particular site. That means this user has owner permission on the complete site, and by default, he will have owner permission on the list and the document libraries of this particular site. But my requirement is I do not want to give him owner permission on the document libraries. I want to give him view only permission on the document libraries within this site. So in this scenario, we will break the permission inheritance between the site and the document library. We will assign unique permissions on the document library. So this way, this user will have owner permission on the site, he will have owner permission on the list, but he will have view only permission on the document library of this site. He can modify the site content, he can delete the site, he can modify the list and the items of the list, but he will not be able to make any changes within the document library. Apart from this, we can further break the permissions inheritance between a list and its items. Let's assume we have a user who has owner permission on a list, but we can assign him read-only permission on the list items. Or if a user is part of site members group, he has added permission on a document library, we can assign him view-only permission on the folders. So this is also possible in SharePoint Online. So when a site list or a document library is using the same set of permissions, those are defined on the site level, this is called permission inheritance. And when we have unique permissions assigned on the list or the document library, this is called breaking the permission inheritance. So as of now, this document library is inheriting the permissions from this site. So whatever groups users are added on the site level permissions, they have access on the document library as well. But let's assume we do not want to give this user any permission on this document library. Now, if I remove this user from the site level permissions, this user will be removed from here, from document library permissions, and this will be removed from the list permissions as well. Because as of now, both list and the document library are inheriting the permissions from the site. So to achieve this, we need to break the permission inheritance between the site and document library. And to break permission inheritance on the document library, you will click Stop Inheriting Permissions. It says copy permissions from parent and then stop inheriting permissions. So let's click Stop Inheriting Permissions and click OK. And now it says this library has unique permissions. So as I said, I do not want to give team one user any permission on this document library. So what I'll do, I'll select this user, and here you can see we have two options, edit user permissions and remove user permissions. So I'll select the user, team one, and click remove user permissions and click OK. So this user is removed from the document permissions, from the document library permissions. But if I refresh on the site level permissions, we still have this user here, and we still have this user on the list permissions as well. Now, let me tell you one more thing. If you have multiple document libraries or site list in a SharePoint site, and if you want to break permission inheritance for another document library or a different site list, you need to follow the same steps on that document library as well. The changes that we are going to do here will be applicable to this particular document library only. Now, I have few documents within this document library. I have some folders and few documents as well. And I have one user here logged in, Bob Ross. And this user Bob Ross is part of site members group. Let me show you. Let's go to home and we can click here, three members. So he's the member of this site. And if I copy the link of this site and if I paste it here, so Bob Ross should be able to access this site, and he can access the site. He can see the list, and he can see the document library. He can see the folders, files. He can open the files as well. But let's assume we do not want to allow the users of the site members group to modify this document library or to modify anything within this document library. They should not be able to upload the documents. In short, they should not have any access to this document library. So what we can do, let me close this. So we will go to the document library permissions and settings, library settings, more library settings, permissions for this document library. Now here we have this site members group. So I'll select the group and I'll click remove user permissions and click OK. So now this group is removed. This group is still available on the site level permissions. We can see the group here, and this group is still available on the list permissions as well. However, this group is removed from the document library permissions. Now, if I go back here on Bob Ross browser where he is logged in, and if I refresh, so as of now, he's the document library, but let me refresh. Let me paste the site name again. So now we do not see document library here. Now let's say the group that we just removed from the document library permissions, we want to re-add this group. So within document library permissions, we will click grant permissions, and here we will look for the group name. So the group name will be site name and then members. So this site name is concepts. So we will type concepts and then members. Select the group. So this group has added permission and click share. Let's refresh. So the group is added. Let's go back to Bob Ross. Let's refresh. And now he can see the document library and he can see all the folders and the files. Likewise, if I want to use unique permissions on the site list, I'll go to list permissions and click stop inheriting permissions and click OK. So now it says this list has unique permissions. Now let's say I have a user here, team1, who has added permission on this list as of now, and this user is logged in here. So let me copy the site link and let's paste it here. So this user can access site and he can see the list. He can see the list items as well. However, let's say I do not want to give any permission to this user on this particular site list. So I'll go back to the site list permissions, and here I'll select the user and I'll click remove user permissions and click OK. So the user is removed from the list permissions. Let's go back, refresh, and list is removed for this particular user. Now, if I re-add this user in list permissions, and let's give him edit permission, refresh, so the user is added. Let's go back, refresh. Now he can see list and he can see the list items as well. So this is how you break permission inheritance in SharePoint, and this is how you can assign unique permissions on the document library or a SharePoint site list. Sometimes you can come across a scenario where you want to assign unique permission on the file and folder. In this document library, we have few files and we have folders. And by default, all the users who have permissions on the site level, they have access to this document library as well. If I click on members on the top right, I can see concepts user who is currently logged in is the owner of this site. Bob Ross and Peter Smith are members of this site. And apart from this owner and these two members, if I go to settings, site permissions, and under site visitors, we have team one user as well, who has read permission on the site level. He can view the site, he can open the document library, and he can open the documents as well. Though he can open the documents in read-only view, but still he can open it. Now, in a document library, we can have confidential documents as well. And we do not want everyone to have access on these documents. For example, let's assume this sales folder has confidential documents, and I do not want the members or the visitors of this site to have any access to sales folder. Only the owners of this site should have access to this folder and the files within this folder. Now, if I go to settings and go to library settings, more library settings, and permissions for this document library. So it says this library inherits permissions from its parent. That means as of now, this particular document library has the same level of permissions. Those are assigned on the site level. This document library is inheriting the site permissions. And I have a user logged in on another browser, Peter Smith, who has edit permission on this site, O365. So he can view the site, he can go to document library, and within document library, he can access the folder and he can even open the files as well. But my requirement is only the site owners should have access to the sales folder and the files inside that folder. So let's go back to SharePoint site and let's click Documents Library. So there are two ways to achieve this. The first way is we will right click, or you can click three dots next to the folder and go to Manage Access and click Groups. Now here you can see the same groups, those are added on the document library permissions, and the same groups are showing under this particular folder permissions. So I do not want all the members of this site to have any permission on this folder, and I do not want the site visitors also in this permission. So what we can do, click on the site members group, expand direct access, click Can Edit, and click Remove Direct Access. Click Remove. So the site members group is removed. And we will do the same thing for site visitors group. Click on the group, expand direct access, click Can View, and click Remove Direct Access. Click Remove. So now the site members and the site visitors do not have any permission on this folder. Let's close this. And if you go to settings, library settings, more library settings, permissions for this document library. Now you see a message here. Some items of this list may have unique permissions which are not controlled from this page. If you click Show these items, we can see Sales folder has unique permissions. Click on Manage Permissions, and here we can see only one group, that is site owners. We do not see site visitors or the site members. So now only the site owners have access to this particular folder. And if you go back to the other browser and let's refresh, go back to documents, we do not see sales folder here. Let's go back to SharePoint site and let me re-add the permissions. Let's go back to documents and right click or click three dots, manage access, click groups, click plus, and let's add members and visitors group. So I'll assign edit permission to members, and we will do the same thing for the site visitors groups. Add site name and visitors, and this will have view only permission. So click grant access, and that's it. Let's go back to the other browser, click refresh, and now Peter Smith can see the sales folder, and he can see all the files within this folder. Now let me show you the other way to assign unique permissions on a folder. Let's go back to SharePoint site and click three dots, click manage access, and you see three dots at the top. Click, go to advanced settings. Here you will see all the permissions, those are assigned on this folder level. And it says this folder has unique permissions because we have already broken the permission inheritance on this folder. So if you want to remove all the users except owners, select the group and click remove user permissions, click OK. And we will do the same thing for visitors, remove user permissions, OK. And let's go back to Peter Smith, refresh. So Peter doesn't has access to this folder now. Now let me make it a bit complicated. Let's go back to document library and click grant permissions. Let me re-add the permissions. So here I'll add Peter Smith and I'll give him edit permission and click share. And let's refresh the page so he can see the sales folder and he can see all the files. So now the owners and Peter Smith has permission on that particular folder. But let's assume I have a confidential document inside sales folder. Let's say this one, confidential. So I do not want anyone apart from the site owners to have access to this particular document. Site members or the site visitors or any other user with any other permission level can view or access the sales folder. They can access the other documents within the sales folder, and they can access the other folders within this document library, but only the site owners should have access to this particular document. So to achieve this, we will right click the document, manage access, and click groups, but we do not see Peter Smith here because we did not add Peter Smith in a site group. We gave individual permission to Peter Smith on this particular folder. So if I click people, here we can see Peter Smith has edit permission. And we have Bob Ross also who has owner permission on this particular file and the folder. So like I said, I want to remove everyone from this file except owners of this site. So I'll click Peter Smith, expand direct access, click can edit, and I can click remove direct access, and the access from Peter Smith will be removed from this particular file. Or you can go back, click three dots, advanced settings. But here it says this document inherits permissions from its parent, sales. That means the level of permissions those are assigned on the sales folder, this particular document is using the same permissions. So here we need to break this permission inheritance. Also, I cannot select Peter Smith and I do not see the option to edit permission level or to remove permission level. So to break inheritance between the folder and the file, we will click stop inheriting permissions. Make sure you are within the file's permissions. Click stop inheriting permissions, click OK. And now we have two options, edit user permissions, remove user permissions, and I can select Peter Smith as well. So I'll remove Peter Smith. So I'll select the account, click remove user permissions and click OK. So now only the site owners have permission on this particular file. And if I go back to Peter Smith, and refresh, Peter Smith doesn't has any access to confidential document. He can't even see that document. But he still has access to the documents. He can see the folders, he can see the files, he can see the sales folder, but he can't see confidential document. So this is how we can assign unique permissions on the files and folders level. You can come across a scenario where you want to assign unique permissions on a SharePoint list or on the items of that list. For example, in this site, I have a list and this list is using the same level of permissions. Those are assigned on the site level. For example, if I click members, we can see one user is the owner concepts user who is currently logged in this browser. And then we have Bob Ross, who has edit permission on this site. And we have Peter Smith also, who is site member and he has edit permission on this site. And if I go to settings, site permissions, and expand site visitors, we can see team one user also has read permission on the complete site. Let's close this window and let's go to list settings and click permissions for this list. And here it says this list inherits permissions from its parent O365, which is the name of this SharePoint site. And we can see same three site groups: site members, site owners, and site visitors. Now, if I add a user on the site level, for example, let me open home page on a different tab and go to settings, site permissions, and let's add one user in this site, let's say team2, and let's give him read permission. Click add. So we have team2 user added in the site visitors. Now if I go back to the list permissions, refresh the page, go to site visitors, and we can see team2 user is added within site visitors group on the list permissions. Because by default, this list is using the permissions, those are defined on the site level, because this list is inheriting the permissions from the site. But let's assume this particular list has confidential information. And my requirement is I do not want anyone except the owners of this site to view this list and the items within this list. On the other browser, I have a user logged in, Bob Ross, and as of now, he has access to the site and he can see contact list also, and he can see the items as well. He can modify the list as well because he has edit permission on the site level. So as I said, I do not want anyone apart from the owners of this site to view this list and the items within this list. So what we need to do, we need to break the permission inheritance between the site and this list. So let me show you from the beginning. Let's go back. So this is the user who is a global administrator, and we will go to settings, list settings, and permissions for this list. And at the top, you will see an option, stop inheriting permissions. If you hover your mouse, it says copy permissions from parent and then stop inheriting permissions. So let's click stop inheriting permissions and click OK. And now it says this list has unique permissions. So I do not want the members of this site to have access to the list. So I will select site members group and I'll click remove user permissions and click OK. And I'll do the same thing for the site visitors, remove user permissions, OK. So now we have only the site owners group, and the users who are part of site owners group, only these users have permissions on this particular list. And let's go back to the other browser. So as of now, Bob Ross can see the list. He can see the list items as well. But let's refresh the page. So now Bob Ross doesn't see contact list. So this is how you can assign unique permissions on a SharePoint list. Now let me show you how we can assign permissions on the items level. Let's go back to list permissions and let me add a user. So we will add Bob Ross and I'll give him edit permission. Click share, refresh the page. So now Bob Ross has edit permission on this list and site owners have full control over this list. And let's go back to the other browser. Let's refresh. So now Bob Ross can see the contact list and he can see the items as well because he has edit permission and he can even edit this list. Now my requirement is, for example, in this list, we have a confidential user or let's say CEO of the company. Now, I do not want anyone apart from the site owners to view this particular contact. Only the site owners should be able to see this particular list item. So to achieve this, we will go back and open contact list and click on this three dots, or you can right click on the list item and click manage access. And you see Bob Ross here under people. If you go to groups, you can see only site owners, but under people, we can see Bob Ross. So either you can remove Bob Ross from here. You can click on the account, expand direct access, click can edit, and click remove direct access. This will remove Bob Ross from this permission, and this will break the permission inheritance between the site list and this particular list item. Or you can go back, click three dots, advanced settings. So these are the advanced settings for the list item. And here it says this list item inherits permissions from its parent. And the name is contact list. That means this particular item is inheriting the permissions from the site list. So we need to break this permission inheritance between the site list and this particular item. So we will click stop inheriting permissions and click OK. So it says this list item has unique permissions and we have got two options, edit user permissions and remove user permissions. So I'll select Bob Ross and I'll click remove user permissions and click OK. So now only site owners have access to this particular list item. Let's go back to Bob Ross. Let's refresh and let's go back to list. So now Bob Ross do not see CEO contact details. Now there is one more scenario that I want to discuss with you. So by default, any user who has a required permission on a list, he can modify the list items. But let's say I do not want anyone except the owners of this list to modify the list items. The other users can view the list, they can view the items within the list, but they cannot modify any item within a list, or they can only modify the items those are created by the same users. Let me show you this practically and things will be more clear. Let's go back to item permissions and click delete unique permissions. So now we have the same permissions, those are defined on the list level. So let's go to site list and go to settings, list settings, permissions for this list and click delete unique permissions, click OK. So now everyone has access to the list and the items within the list. If I go back here, settings, or if I click here, manage access, advanced settings, we can see three site groups. So now All the users, site members, site visitors, and site owners have access to the site list as well as they have access on the list items. And let's go back to the other browser where Bob Ross is logged in and let me add one item. So let's add like test. So Bob Ross has added this particular item within this list. Let's go back where a global administrator is logged in. So within the site list, we will go to settings, list settings, and here we'll click advanced settings. And under item level permissions, you will see two permissions, read access and create and edit access. So under read access, by default, it will be set to read all items. That means all the users who are part of the site owners group, site members group, or the site visitors group, they can read all the items within this particular list. But if I select read items that were created by the users will not be able to see all the items of this list. They will be able to see only those items, those are created by them. Let's select this option and click OK. And let's go back to the other browser. So Bobros has added this particular list item. Other list items are created by the site owner. So let's refresh the page and let's see what happens. So now Bob Ross can see only the list item that is created by him. All the other list items, those are not created by Bob Ross. He can't see those list items. Let's go back to the list settings and click advanced settings and click read all items and click OK. Let's go back to Bob Ross, refresh. Now he can see all the list items. And let's go back again to advanced settings. Now under create and edit access, you have three options. Create and edit all items, create items and edit items that were created by the user, or none. By default, this is set to create and edit all items. That means by default, if a user has required permission, he can modify the list items. And then we have create items and edit items that were created by the user. So if I select this option, Bob Ross will not be able to create a new item within the list, or he will not be able to edit the items within the list. He can only modify the items, those are created by him. So let's click this option and click OK. Let's go back to Bob Ross, refresh. And let's try to modify an item that is not created by Bob Ross. Let's try this one and click edit. Let's add something, click save. So it says, sorry, you do not have access. Now, if I try to modify the item that is created by Bob Ross, let's add this one. So Bob Ross can modify this list item because this particular list item was added by Bob Ross. If he will try to modify this one, he will not be able to. It says, sorry, you do not have access. Now there is one more permission. Let's go back and go to advanced settings. Now there is one more permission, that is none. This permission means if I select none under create and edit access, no one will be able to modify any item within this particular list. Only the owners of this site or a global administrator or a SharePoint administrator can modify the list items. So this is how you apply unique permissions on the items level in a SharePoint list.